Chapter 724. Bro, are you here yet? Soon, soon. A small spaceship was parked on the gray, barren land. Summer Night Flower and the others waited beside the spaceship, either sitting or standing for the buyer to arrive. Very soon, another spaceship landed beside them. The buyer walked out of the spaceship, glanced around, and greeted Summer Night Flower. "Where's the goods?" Summer Night Flower greeted. "Where's the money?" The buyer was wary. "Didn't I already transfer the money?" Summer Night Flower had a helpless expression. "Ha, I was just playing up the atmosphere of a mafia deal. Don't you think it's very interesting?" The buyer laughed. Seeing Summer Night Flower's expressionless face, he could only keep his smile and bring him into the cabin to look at the goods. "Here, these are all the things you want. Check them. Don't say that I scammed you." Summer Night Flower glanced at them and calculated in his heart before saying, "No need to check. I trust you." This time, the buyer rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed, and said, "Say, we've known each other for a few years. We're very close, right?" Summer Night Flower was a little confused. "What do you want to say?" "I'm just asking you if we're friends who play together." "What? Since we're friends, can you sacrifice yourself and let me kill you a few times to earn some bounty?" The buyer's tone was careful. "Since you guys won't be able to get the bounty from the army, I can split the bounty 30 to 70 with you guys. Instead of benefiting others, why don't you let me have some meat and treat it as helping me solve my needs?" F***CK off. Summer Night Flower was speechless. "You want a 30 to 70 split? Do you think that little bit of bounty reward can make up for the experience lost from dying once? Also, what do you mean by let you have some meat? Do you think we're prostitutes? Stop talking nonsense. There's no problem with the goods. I'm taking them," Summer Night Flower said as he was about to pick up the equipment. This time, the buyer suddenly grabbed his hand and chuckled. "No, I think it's better if you let me keep them for now." "What do you mean? You wouldn't go back on your word?" Summer Night Flower was furious. His companions around him had unfriendly expressions, and they surrounded him, looking like they were going to kill him and rob him. The buyer did not panic at all. He said slowly, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you take the new equipment, you might be robbed later." Summer Night Flower suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, the sound of spaceships landing could be heard from outside. One after another, small spaceships landed on the ground, and a large group of players rushed out excitedly. The expressions of Summer Night Flower and the others changed drastically. He didn't even need to think to know that this group of people were here for the bounty. He turned and glared at the person who had bought it, his face full of disbelief. "You actually betrayed me? See for yourself." The buyer curled his lips and took out his communicator. The location of Summer Night Flower's group was displayed on the communicator. Their coordinates were always being monitored, and this deal was no secret in the eyes of the nearby players. Why didn't I know? Summer Night Flower was dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered that his internal program of the army had been automatically uninstalled, and his heart was in pain. The Phillips subroutine of this group of players had been monitoring them in the background, controlling their coordinates and sending them to the nearby Black Star Corps members at any time. It was like constantly reminding the members of the army that the traitor was here, so go and play with him. Summer Night Flower and the others were like sheep in a pack of wolves, attracting attention, but they did not know anything about this. Only the nearby players would know the coordinates. Summer Night Flower and the others had just arrived at Foothold 58 not long ago, so only the players at Perimeter 027 knew the coordinates. They thought that this was a mission notification and were used to it. No one posted on the forums, so Summer Night Flower and the others were kept in the dark. Suddenly, Summer Night Flower realized something, and his face was filled with shock. "Wait, you knew that our coordinates were exposed, but you didn't tell me and didn't cancel the deal?" "Sorry, I'm a police officer. Speak human language." The buyer smiled shyly and said, "Sigh, I have to make a living. Since you guys are already here, it would be a waste not to kill you. So, instead of letting others take advantage of you, why not let me take the bounty? I'll give you guys a 30-70 split." Summer Night Flower's lips trembled, and he could not say anything. He felt like he had just swallowed 2 kilograms of hot sh** tea and was choking on it. "Good lad. You had bad intentions from the start. This is a F** king trap. I treat you as a friend, and you want to mess with me? The moral degeneration of the world was getting worse with each passing day. Where was the most basic trust between people? If the angry gazes of the Clint camp players turned into knives, they would be able to cut Summer Night Flower into 1,000 pieces. Looking at the rapidly approaching players, Summer Night Flower's face was filled with grief and indignation. He suddenly raised his hand, and the buyer thought that he was going to fight out of humiliation. He quickly jumped back a few meters, but he saw Summer Night Flower standing where he was and raising 4 fingers. 64. The buyer's eyes lit up. Like a butcher sharpening his knife, he reminded kindly, "Remember to choose the resurrection point of your camp when you revive. Otherwise, you'll be killed again. Thank you so king much." The sound of Summer Night Flower's gnashing his teeth was like grinding metal with a steel plate. His grief and indignation were filled with helplessness, and heartache. His heartache was filled with compromises, and he was full of complaints against this society. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A familiar white light flashed. Summer Night Flower's vision blurred, and he was already back at foothold 58. His face was bitter, and his heart was even more bitter. "I'm so tired. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come to Clint." This thought appeared in Summer Night Flower's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and convince himself to believe in his speculation. Although the path was full of twists and turns, he still believed that the future of the Clint camp was bright. "I'll definitely be able to earn back the losses I've suffered now." Summer Night Flower cheered himself on and then left the resurrection point. He did not want to become a rabbit that would be used to wipe black bears, or be used by his revived companions to vent their anger. This time, a friend message popped up on the interface. It was a message from a buyer. "Leave your good with me for now. Find a time to meet again. Let's meet again next time." Summer Night Flower was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. "Me with you, monkey? This is a trap. Do you want to screw me over again? F***CK off. Refund the money." Han Xiao also saw this small disturbance among the players on the forums. A player posted a post to show off that he had killed the traitor first. He felt that it was worth praising and used the faction interface to transfer a lot of ANAs and experience to the player. Summer Night Flower's analysis post was pushed to the top again, and many people mocked him. Summer Night Flower defended himself, saying that it was not a big deal that he was killed, and that it was just a normal faction battle. The storyline would prove that he was right in the future. This was very Kong e.g. A day later, Rexsun gathered his troops and attacked Stronghold 58 in a grandiose manner. With Han Zhao's current experience, this kind of small galactic battle of a single foothold was very common. The fleets of both sides tested each other, shot each other, contacted, and killed. He did not need to observe the battle to know that this was the working process. The fleets were fighting fiercely. Han Xiao had been observing from the flagship and did not interfere. He also did not let Hela and Fu Ding, the 2 calamity grades beside him, participate in the battle. Seeing that there were countless casualties on both sides, he then looked at Hela beside him. "Try the effect of absorbing the souls of the dead on the battlefield." Hela nodded. Her eyes slightly closed, and a red light flashed in them. Then a thick black and red energy spread all over her body. It was as if her body had grown 20 centimeters taller. Her aura was hundreds of meters tall, cold, vast, and solemn, like an ancient god. In the vast galactic battlefield, in the countless spaceship wreckages floating in space, a gray aura appeared, forming countless gray snakes that spanned thousands of kilometers and gathered in Hela's hand like a whale swallowing a rainbow. The remaining mental energy of all the soldiers who died on the battlefield was absorbed by her. Hela let out a breath like an arrow. She clenched her fists and said, "The strength and range of my Esper ability have both increased. It's at least equivalent to half a year of my ability development. It's good that it's effective." Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. This was good news. The faster Hela formed, the sooner she could help him suppress the situation. He could let Hela help him deal with some unimportant enemies. Hela's unique shortcut method. He decided to call it picking up gray souls. Its nature was like the dark north divine art, draining others dry and accumulating internal energy. It was also a cheat. Right at this time, an abnormal energy suddenly erupted in the middle of the battlefield. 3 calamity grades flew out from the fleet of Foothold 58. The intervention of high-level combatants immediately broke the balance of the battle strength, becoming a point that Rexon's troops could not handle. They were originally at a small disadvantage, but now they were forced to retreat. Why are there 3 calamity grades? According to the intelligence, there's only Menudo. In the flagship, the adjutant's face was filled with shock. However, not only did Rexon not panic, he even laughed. 3 is useless. With Blackstar here, not to mention 3 calamity grades, even if there are 30. Rexon paused. Although he was very confident in Han Xiao, he still did not dare to flatter him too much. He coughed and changed his words. Even if there are 13, His Excellency Blackstar will still kill them. They will only help us increase our achievements. Right at this time, the view window of the flagship zoomed in and focused on Menudo. Menudo made a provocative gesture at the flagship. Then, the flagship received a video message from Menudo. His pale face appeared on the screen. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his arrogant expression looked very awkward. Blackstar, I know you're inside. Don't hide. I'm not afraid of you. The 3 of us grade A supers are challenging you here at the same time. Do you dare accept? Ha ha ha. At the end, Menudo laughed stiffly 3 times. Cold sweat rolled down his face. If one looked closely, one could see that his face was twitching nonstop as if he was about to cry. It was as if he was barely able to maintain his fierce expression. The people in the command room of the flagship had strange expressions. Although the enemy was threatening them, why did it feel like they did not have much confidence? Han Xiao facepalmed. Using such lousy acting skills to provoke me. Are you serious? Rexon turned to look at Han Xiao and said respectfully, Your Excellency Blackstar, we are unable to deal with a calamity grade super. Please help us. The way he saw it, it would be a piece of cake for Han Xiao to kill 3 normal calamity grade supers. However, Han Xiao shook his head and patted Hela's slender waist. I'll leave these 3 to you. Facing 3 opponents of the same level alone, Hela did not show any hesitation. She turned around and prepared to fight. She was not someone who was afraid of difficulties. She liked to face them head-on. Since Han Xiao could deal with multiple opponents of the same level, Hela treated him as her goal and had high standards for herself. Furthermore, she also wanted to fight a strong enemy to the death under enough pressure to test her actual combat ability among the calamity grade supers. Menudo and the other 2 attacked the battleship while waiting for Han Xiao to fight. To Menudo, every second was torture. It was as if he had stepped onto the execution ground and was just waiting for the guillotine to fall. If not for Jode's order, he would have turned around and run. Jode was also observing the battle through the remote video, waiting for Han Xiao to make a move. This time, a dark red meteor appeared in their vision. It was extremely fast and crashed toward them without saying anything. A grade A cannon master beside Menudo opened fire from afar, and high-energy particle beams bombarded the dark red meteor, slowly reducing its speed. However, the next moment, this cluster of dark red meteors suddenly exploded, releasing thousands of red energy beams that seemed to cover half of the battlefield. The energy level was extremely thick and dense. Like 1,000 giant pythons, they crashed into the Bloodshed Land fleet and swung their heads crazily like whips, executing an AoE attack. Menudo and the other 2 were also swept by the dozens of red energy beams that were almost solid. Apart from carrying the usual energy attacks, such as heat and explosion, Hela's energy beams also shocked the 3 of them mentally. They felt their hearts palpitate and hurriedly backed off in shock. This energy is so strange. Just now, this energy beam was like a hand with suction cups, trying to suck away my mental state. After the tsunami-like red energy was released, Hela's figure was revealed. The black and red armor on her body was lightweight and focused on increasing energy release. She did not have a helmet, but a transparent energy membrane that covered her head. It had an internal life support system and a wide field of vision. Menudo was surprised. He had thought that would be Black Star. Who was this woman? Is there such a person in the Black Star Corps? The intelligence did not show it. Is she a new officer who joined recently? She's very strong. I feel a threat from her. The three of them chatted in the communication channel and all felt the pressure. Jode, who was watching the battle remotely, was also confused. He sized up Hela carefully. He had never seen this person before. Black Star had actually sent her to fight 3 Calamity grade supers alone. Did he believe in her strength? The Black Star Corps is really full of talents. Jode clenched his teeth. Seeing that Black Star was not attacking, he had no clue either. He could only signal Menudo and the others to fight Hela to find out more. At the same time, the others on the battlefield also noticed the confrontation between the high-level combatants. The participating Black Star Corps players saw Hela's appearance clearly and were shocked. Hey, this beauty looks a little familiar. I remember now. Isn't this Hela who appeared in version 10 and version 20? She's someone I know. Yes, it's her. I thought she was dead in version 30. She's still alive and seems to have become very strong. She disappeared in the middle and late stages of version 20. When did she join our army? If I remember correctly, Black Star infiltrated the Germinal organization in version 10 to save her. She seems to be the army commander's old lover. Oh! Chapter 725. On the battlefield, Hela released dark red energy and fought with Menudo and the other two. Facing 3 Calamity grade supers at the same time, Hela felt the pressure and clenched her teeth. Relying on the uniqueness of her Death Esper ability, she barely managed to deal with the 3 of them. Han Shao observed for a while and understood Hela's actual combat strength. These 3 enemies are normal Calamity grade supers around level 180. Hela's current strength is above average at this level. She still lacks some experience fighting Calamity grade supers. However, with her unique ability, dealing with 2 at the same time is her limit. 3 is too much for her. Han Shao nodded in his mind. Although Hela was now qualified to participate in the battles at his level, she was still a distance away from becoming the capable assistant that he wanted. However, with her growth, this gap would be closed very quickly. While he was thinking, Hela gradually fell into a disadvantage, and the situation became more and more passive. Han Shao was not worried about Hela's safety at all. Not only did Hela have the molding talent lock health, but she also had Aurora by her side. It would be difficult for her to die, even if she wanted to. At the same time, on the battlefield where the fleets of both sides were fighting, a small incident that Han Shao did not know about happened. A small bloodshed land assault spaceship was fleeing in all directions on the battlefield. It was being chased by dozens of Black Star Corps spaceships. Run, they're coming again. The shield of the spaceship was continuously hit by the laser cannons, and the interior of the spaceship was shaking nonstop. The red alert was as thick as blood. On the spaceship, Summer Night Flower and the others were sweating profusely and panicking. They were being chased by a large group of Black Star Corps players. In the middle of the battlefield, Philip sent their coordinates to all the army members. Many of the participating players saw this and immediately chased after them excitedly. The Nightmare of Summer Night Flower and the others arrived. No matter how they changed their positions, they were all displayed on the detectors of the army players. Originally, it was very normal for players from opposing factions to fight each other. However, the problem was that in this battle, the number of players from the Black Star Corps was more than 100 times that of Summer Night Flower's side, resulting in a one-sided result. Summer Night Flower and the others were chased by the army players like dogs. Summer Night Flower was in a terrible mood. He regretted coming to Foothold W58. If he had known, he would have applied to be transferred to another foothold that would not encounter the Black Star Corps. The Black Star Corps was full of bad people. They were ruthless, and he was afraid. As a player of the enemy faction, he decided to avoid the Black Star Corps in the future. Even if he went to a remote stronghold and activated single-player mode, The game experience was much better than being chased around and spawn camped. Right now, he felt like an innocent woman who had fallen into a wolf's den. He felt extremely humiliated as he was repeatedly raped by the vicious, cunning, and ferocious Black Star Corps players. While Summer Night Flower and the others were being chased around by the army players, the battle between Hela and Menudo and the other two was reaching its climax. The few of them kept changing the battlefield, shuttling back and forth between the various areas where the fleets were fighting. Explosions occurred one after another, and there were casualties. Gray souls entered Hela's body one after another to replenish her energy. So, this is my current limit. While fighting, various thoughts flashed through Hela's mind. This was the first time she had engaged in a life and death battle with a Calamity-grade super. She quickly absorbed the battle experience and had a clear understanding of her own combat strength. All along, her sparring partners had been experts like Ames and Han Shao, and she had been completely suppressed. Now that she was fighting with an ordinary Calamity-grade super, although Hela was at a disadvantage, she felt extremely satisfied. Only by fighting back and forth could she unleash her full strength. She seemed to be quite strong, but Hela was not satisfied with this. It's actually so difficult to deal with 3 enemies. Han Shao can fight 10 enemies alone. There's still a huge gap between me and him. Hela clenched her teeth. She viewed Han Shao as a goal to catch up to. Now that she felt that it was difficult to deal with 3 enemies, she had a deeper understanding of Han Zhao's combat strength. If it was him, the battle would probably have ended by now. Hela could feel the difference between the two of them. She clenched her teeth and increased the output of her energy again. The dark red energy in the sky was like a rainbow. Even the data of the surrounding spaceship detectors showed a rainbow of energy fluctuations. On the other side, Menudo and the others were also communicating in the communication channel. This woman's ability is very strange. It gives me the feeling of a necromancer, but it's not quite the same. Her energy can affect both the physical and mental aspects at the same time. After being hit, there will be a situation where the activity of the cells will be suppressed, weakening the efficiency of the cells to produce energy. This is like my vitality is being suppressed. Staff Officer Jode, what do you think? Menudo asked. Jode, who was watching the battle remotely, nodded slowly and said with a serious tone, I've already saved the recording of her battle into the database. Although she's very strong, she's not the focus this time. Black Star is your target. But if he doesn't do anything, can we retreat? Menudo asked impatiently. He did not want to stay around Black Star for even a second. He's not doing anything. Maybe he's training his subordinates, or maybe there's another reason. Jode said with a deep voice, Increase your attacks. As long as you cause this woman's life to be in danger, Black Star will definitely do something. Aren't you just asking us to die? Menudo complained incessantly. The few of them fought fiercely for a while longer. Hela finally showed an opening under the suppression of the 3 parties. Menudo's launcher teammate saw the opportunity and fired an annihilation particle cannon that was stacked with God knows how many explosive skills, destroying Hela's hasty defense head-on, shattering her armor and sending her flying. Ugh! Hela grunted and finally stabilized her body that was rolling in space. Her body was covered in black wounds, and half of her left shoulder and half of her neck had disappeared without a trace. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Even a Calamity grade with tenacious vitality would be heavily injured. Menudo's teammates were about to follow up with another attack, but Menudo was alarmed. He slowed down his flying speed and fell behind. Hela took a deep breath. Suddenly, a thick platinum light burst out from her eyes. Her wounds wriggled on their own, and her cells rapidly multiplied to repair her body. The flesh that was missing from her neck and left shoulder grew back in the blink of an eye, and her damaged armor revealed her white and tender skin. Her entire body was filled with energy, almost returning to her peak state. In the flagship, Aurora's eyes lit up at the same time. After Hela recovered, the light in Aurora's eyes slowly disappeared. She took a few quick breaths, as if she had used up a lot of energy. Hela's and Aurora's Esper abilities had a special reaction. through their blood relationship, Aurora had built a life force connection between the two of them. As long as Hela's injuries were too severe, Aurora would transfer her life force and perform remote healing. As long as Aurora still had energy, Hela would be able to share in her terrifying recovery ability. The effect was similar to Han Zhao's Aurora character summon card. Hela fought, and Aurora healed. The number of times she healed depended on Aurora's stamina. It was only in terms of endurance that she was slightly weaker than Han Zhao's health and mana. When the two sisters worked together, they were almost invincible. Jode was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. This scene reminded him of Black Star. Black Star also had such terrifying recovery ability. Could it be that this red-haired woman in front of him had a special relationship with Black Star? Could she be his daughter? Originally, Jode did not pay much attention to Hela, but now he felt that he had to collect more information about her. Menudo and the other two were also stunned and did not move forward. Hela felt that she was full of energy. Instead of being happy, she was angry and frustrated. She had always been trying to prevent Aurora from getting hurt, but now, because of her negligence, Aurora had to consume her life force to heal her. She felt that she had failed in her duty. Although Aurora had an endless supply of life force and could quickly replenish it, because of her experience in the Germinal organization, Hela was still very wary of this matter. Just as Hela was about to attack in anger, a large hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. She turned around and saw that it was Han Xiao. All right, if this continues, it will become a war of attrition. There's no value in training anymore. Han Xiao's finger lightly tapped on Hela's cheek. Nanoparticles spread out from his fingertips and formed a helmet, replacing Hela's damaged face shield, allowing her to enter the communication channel. Hela heard this, clenched her teeth, and said, "I understand. Leave this to me." Han Xiao turned around and looked at the three nervous calamity grade supers in the distance. Menudo was panicking, and Black Star finally made his move. This time, Han Xiao's eyes moved as he suddenly thought of something. The enemy knew about his battle record, but still tried to provoke him. They were probably trying to force him to make a move. The reason for doing so was definitely not to give him a head out of kindness. Thinking about the nervous expression on Menudo's face when he provoked him, Han Xiao thought for a moment and realized that this was definitely Jode's idea. This guy had used Cisco's psychic weapon to ambush him 2 months ago, and he had been going back and forth to the Palace of Hidden Spells. He had not participated in any battles for 1.5 months, which made the enemy nervous. Jode wanted to use this opportunity to test his current state. Thinking about this, Han Xiao had an idea. He did not make a move immediately, but connected to Menudo and the other's communication channel. "Are you sure you want to fight me? I don't know if this is your original intention, or if someone ordered you to do so, but you have to think carefully. This is going to kill you." Menudo swallowed, and the other two did not say anything. Jode did not want to be discovered by Han Xiao, so he only listened. "I'll give you a chance now. As long as you surrender and announce that you are leaving Bloodshed Land, I won't do anything to you." "How about that?" Han Xiao said. "You want me to betray Bloodshed Land? Dream on." The grade A cannon master among the three of them shouted angrily and immediately opened fire. Han Xiao did not move at all. More than 300 watchers packed floating guards appeared and formed a psionic shield like a blooming lotus, easily blocking the attack. Han Xiao shook his head and purposely said, "What's so good about Heber? Is there a need for you to be so loyal to him? Only he's worthy of me following him." "You think you could be compared to His Excellency Tyrant?" This cannon master sneered. He was a direct member of Bloodshed Land, so his loyalty was basically at the maximum. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not say anything else. He summoned the Mech Legion and attacked fiercely. They swept across the entire battlefield like a wave and destroyed all the fleets. Facing the mechanical army that covered the sky, Menudo felt suffocated and complained in his heart. He wished that he could drag this out a little longer, so he could only bite the bullet and fight. Han Xiao activated apostolization, and dark blue psionic energy flowed all over his body. He personally joined the battle and secretly changed the rhythm of the battle, increasing the attack frequency of all the mechanical soldiers. For this reason, he did not hesitate to reduce the hit rate and purposely showed his impatient fighting style. If it was an ordinary person, they naturally would not notice this detail. However, he believed that with Bloodshed Land's artificial intelligence analysis ability, they would definitely be able to notice these subtle changes. Sometimes, using a smart person was easier than using a rash person. As long as he used the details to mislead the other party to the conclusion that he wanted the other party to know, the other party would be easily fooled. If the other party was not careful enough, Han Zhao's disguise would be like throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. A smart lie was 90% true and 1% false. What Han Zhao wanted was to let Jode guess that he would not be able to casually attack and show his weakness. As for the reason, it was to take this opportunity to withdraw from the secret war and focus on cultivating leaks. This was the most important thing at the moment. Be it leveling up to beyond grade A or suppressing the soul embryo, it would require a huge amount of experience. He was not interested in waiting for his subpersonality to be born. Making it unable to form was the best way. After Han Zhao attacked, the battle became one-sided. Under the 3 true damage of legendary battle technique, the Cannon Master was quickly torn apart by the mechanical soldiers, and the head of another teammate of Menudo's was blown off by Han Zhao. Menudo was the only one left alive. Menudo panicked and hurriedly sent a message. "Wait, I surrender." Hearing this, Han Zhao told the Mech Legion to stop. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed Menudo from afar through the mechanical suit's traction force field. Menudo did not dare resist and allowed the mechanical soldiers to control him. "You made the right choice." Han Zhao smiled. Menudo nodded. He had thought it through. Jode clearly did not care about his life or death. He would die sooner or later if he stayed in Bloodshed Land, so he might as well surrender. Furthermore, he had no other choice if he wanted to live. Escape from Black Star's hands? I'm not Hardaway. I can't do that. The high-level combatants of the enemy were all wiped out, and there was no suspense in the following battle. The excited Rexon led his team to destroy Stronghold W-58 and obtain the spoils of war. After Hela absorbed the remaining gray souls on the battlefield, she locked herself in her room and digested the experience of fighting with a Calamity grade for the first time. Jode was in the headquarters, analyzing the video of Han Zhao's attack. Losing a stronghold was not a big deal to him. What he was concerned about was Han Zhao's current state. Very soon, he found something strange. 2 months ago, Black Star never tried to persuade anyone to surrender. He would only kill all of them when he met us. Even if it was only one Calamity grade, he would not show mercy. Why is he trying to persuade us to surrender now? Jode frowned, watched the video a few more times, and found something. In the past, Black Star's Mech Legion battles were all precisely calculated, giving people a sense of seamless battle tactics. However, today the Mech Legion's attack frequency had obviously increased. It seemed like in order to increase the speed of their attacks, they did not hesitate to waste energy and gave up on a part of their precise calculations, resulting in many ineffective attacks. This change made him feel like impatient. First, he tried to persuade them to surrender. Then, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Jode thought for a while, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Black Star's actions were to reduce the battle time, or rather, Black Star did not want to make a move. These 2 details made Jode feel that he could vaguely guess Han Zhao's current state. Cisco's psychic weapon might have caused some kind of continuous damage to Black Star, causing him to fight and worsen the damage. Thus, Black Star was acting out of character. My guess should be right. Black Star's threat had decreased. Chapter 726. The battlefield of the Secret War was too vast. A small battle on this front did not receive much attention, and only Jode was so concerned about it. Regardless of Bloodshed Land's reaction, after the battle was won, Han Zhao rejected Rexon's invitation to celebrate and took Hela to the other blockade line bases, providing her with more battlefields to pick up gray souls. Just as Han Zhao and the others were moving around the various battlefields, a new hot topic appeared on the forums. Many players who had attacked Stronghold W, 58 uploaded videos, and Hela's reappearance reminded the players of long-ago memories. Originally, this was just a very ordinary battle video. However, when they thought about how Han Xiao and Hela were still together even after going through 3 versions, especially when they found out about the old relationship between Han Xiao and Hela in Galaxy Chronicles version 1.0, the topic inevitably turned to gossip. The various editors of the Shocking News department all showed their prowess. Shocking. Black Star actually did such a thing to Hela. Old love rekindled? Or looking for a new love? A love that spanned 20 years. Boys will be silent. Girls will cry. Who is Black Star's favorite woman? Counting the beauties he loved over the years. The players were the most interested in gossip. After all, they did not have to take responsibility in the future, so they started to fill in the gaps. The topic gradually turned from Hela to Black Star, trying to dig deeper into his feelings. Han Xiao was now the most famous NPC in the hearts of the players in the Shattered Star Ring. He had a high status, a strong family background, and was quite handsome. Since version 1.0, the players had never been clear about his love story. They were extremely curious about the love story of the faction leader. Just by filling in the blanks, they could come up with more than a dozen CEO romances. Not only Hela, but all the known living female characters related to the Black Star Corps, such as Ames, Sylvia, Arosia, and so on, became the object of intense debate among the players. On the forums, the supporters of the different female characters split into several factions and argued with each other. Hela has known each other the longest. It's obvious that they've rekindled their feelings for each other. Bah, the young plum is no match for the heavens. The Dragon Emperor faction will never be a slave. What do you know? Sylvia is the king. This is the nurturing element. The Haluz party laughed, but said nothing. The Harmon faction refuses to accept this and will chop off your heads. Come on, you guys are very weak. Greetings from the Philip gang. The Fu Ding gang has announced their withdrawal. Fu Ding is our husband. Black Star, you're not worthy of her. The Gold Daiko gang hugged the little salted fish tightly and didn't dare to speak. At this time, Arosia is still on the way. The Germinal organization leader is watching you silently from heaven. It's not that I'm targeting anyone, but everyone here is like a younger brother to me. The hot topic on the forums increased the popularity of the many officers of the Black Star Corps. As the main character of the topic, Black Star received a wave of praise. The gossip of big shots was always popular, and Han Xiao did not pay much attention to it. Such gossip topics would appear on the forums from time to time for the players to entertain themselves. Regardless of whether there was a conclusion or not, it would not have any effect. The only substantial effect it would cause would be to indirectly increase the production of dungeons. After passing through a few blockade lines, Hela picked up gray souls, and her combat strength increased rapidly. In just half a month, her energy rank increased by more than 400 ona. At her level, this growth speed was enough to shock 99% of supers of the same level. During this time, Han Xiao made a few moves. The spirit barrier and the enchantment on his body reduced the growth speed of the soul embryo by about half. The growth rate of the soul embryo increased from 4% to 9%. However, quite a number of army players had already reached grade B, and these people began to use their experience to learn class knowledge. In this half a month, Han Xiao finally gathered enough experience to reach level 220. Han Xiao stopped his journey, patted Fu Ding, and eagerly locked himself in the training room. Opening the interface, Han Xiao stared at the huge amount of experience and smiled in satisfaction. After 7 years, he could finally advance. It was not easy. Without hesitation, he invested all his experience in a leveling up. Apostle Mechanic leveled up to LV25, plus 240 energy, plus 3 STR, plus 4 DX, plus 5 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 8 free attribute points and 1 potential point. After leveling up twice in a row, he was now level 220, once again stepping on the threshold of his promotion. The requirements for the promotion mission popped up on the interface. This time, Han Xiao did not even look at it. The mission completion card that he had accumulated for 7 years was finally put to use. Promotion directly. Use mission completion card. Confirm/give. Use. Target selected promotion mission. You have used mission completion card. Brink of death. Calculation complete. LV2 20 promotion mission completed. Promotion successful. Yeni bonus increased. 1 Yendi equals 175 HP equals 185 stamina this time. His Yeni bonus increased by 30 points, which was 5 points higher. A hot stream gushed out of his heart and spread throughout his body in an instant. Every cell in his body was excited, and Han Xiao could feel the increase in his vitality. Han Xiao focused. This promotion was still the race evolution that would occur once every 40 levels. He focused 120% and looked at the notifications on the interface. He had just taken advantage of Fu Ding's luck, so he hoped that he could draw some good options. You have taken another step forward on the path of evolution. Your life level has been upgraded, and your genetic code has been reorganized. You are closer to a new starting point in life. Race detected. Void Distorter, human form. Randomly drawing 9 matching evolution paths. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the 9 options below as your evolved race. Warning: the evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix: Evolution Path Characteristics Description. Void Rainbow, Energy Field Form. Minus 38% compatibility, Void Jumper, Mutant Form. Minus 44% compatibility, Void Magus, Spirit Form. Minus 28% compatibility, Multidimensional Shadow, Mental Signal Form. Minus 23% compatibility, Void Executioner, Human Form. Minus 71% compatibility, Blade of Magamondo, Human Form. Minus 57% compatibility, Void Star Pursuer, Human Form. Minus 75% compatibility, Void Dragon Highly Concentrated Hybrid, Human Form. Minus 66% compatibility. Saint Universe Human Race, Gene Limiter removed. Minus 54% compatibility. Staring at the 9 options in front of him, Han Xiao had a headache. It was not that these options were bad, but they were too good. It was difficult for him to choose. Because he had once consumed the Void Lord's core, Han Xiao had directly skipped an evolution stage. If not for that core, the options that appear now would have been a species of the same level as the Void Distorter. But now, there were several options that were higher than the Void Distorter's evolution direction. Han Xiao first eliminated the first 4 options. These 4 gave up on the human form, and the compatibility was too low. They were not compatible with his ability. He was troubled by the last 5 options. Void Star Pursuer was the direct evolution direction of the current race, the Void Distorter. It was a cosmic life form that fed on cosmic radiation and the energy of the stars. Void Executioner was good at fighting, and it was in the upper middle chain of the Void life form system. It was equivalent to a high-level warlord that led a small army. Mago Motor was a Void Lord recorded in history. It used Void energy to transform powerful Void warriors, creating a special elite troop type, which was the Blades of Mago Motor. It was very powerful, and if one had to describe it, it was like a fierce general who could fight one against 100, qualified to fight one-on-one in front of formation. High-density Void Dragon Hybrid should be the evolution direction brought about by the Void Dragon marrow that he had consumed before. Han Xiao was not too sure about the final result of this evolution direction. Would the overbearing Void Dragon genes eventually rewrite his own genes and turn him into a Void Dragon or some other strange aberration? The final Holy Cosmic Human was one of the endpoints of the evolution chain of the cosmic human race. Removing the gene limiter was very tempting, as it would make up for a huge amount of attributes. However, compared to the Void system, which still had the potential to evolve, Han Xiao did not really want to choose this. Most evolutionary systems would have the effect of removing the gene limiter at the end, and the Void system was no exception. Which one should I choose? Han Xiao was in a dilemma and paced back and forth. He was getting closer and closer to beyond grade A. This might be the last chance for a race evolution before he reached beyond grade A, so he was very cautious. If I consider the increase in combat strength, the holy cosmic human race is the best, followed by the Magamondo blades. In terms of potential, the Star Chaser is the strongest, and the Executioner is the best. As for the Void Dragon hybrid, the subsequent evolution of this chain is probably not suitable for me. After pondering for a while, Han Xiao finally chose to focus on potential, hesitating between the Star Chaser and the Executioner. The Executioner's evolution direction was toward the Void Duke and Void Lord, while the Star Chaser's evolution direction was toward the Void New Ancestor and Void Oracle's evolution direction. Race talents have very little effect on my combat strength. It's better to choose the more long-term potential. Han Xiao took a deep breath and made his decision. Selection complete. Race evolution. Evolution complete. Race changed to Void Star Chaser, human form. Molecular structure improved, organ structure strengthened, metabolism changed, adaptability increased, genetic coding optimized. Your potential has increased. You have received attributes. Plus 154 STR, plus 179 DX, plus 323 YND, plus 188 INT, plus 120 MYS, plus 70 CHA, plus 3,760 energy. Energy level bonus attribute changed. Han Zhao's senses exploded. It was like his soul had left his body, and his mind was clear, rising slowly, while his body was turbid, falling steadily. His body and soul seemed to be separated, but in reality, they were closely connected. His senses seemed to extend endlessly, and the range kept expanding, exceeding this star system, this star cluster, and this star field. It was as if he could see the entire universe in a single glance. Although this was just an illusion, it was so real that he experienced a super high-dimensional perspective for an instant. The next moment, a strong pulling force exploded, and Han Zhao's senses returned to his body. His body structure was rapidly transforming, and the pain was unbearable. However, during the transformation process, Han Zhao's senses became sharper and sharper, and he even gained a few more sensory fields, which gave him a few more ways to view the world. Although everything in front of him did not change, in his senses, it was already completely different. Finally, the pain subsided, and Han Xiao let out a long breath. Extremely small energy crystals were wrapped in his breath, flashing with grayish-blue light. As soon as the species transformation was completed, Han Xiao took out a mirror and confirmed that nothing strange had grown on his body. His hair wasn't bald. It was still very thick. His appearance was still as handsome as ever. Her figure. Nice. Tail. Fortunately, it hadn't grown out yet. Han Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Although he was no longer a human, he still wanted to look like a human due to aesthetic reasons. After examining it from head to toe 3 times, Han Xiao opened the interface and invested the remaining EXP into leveling up. After the advancement, the experience required to level up once again skyrocketed, but he only managed to level up by 1 level. As cosmic life forms, Star Chasers had extremely strong physiques. Hence, the race evolution had increased their attributes a lot. He opened his personal attributes and checked his changes. Level 221 main class, mechanic race, Void Star Pursuer, human form, stats, 810 STR, 1316 DX, 1658 YND, 3455 INT, 654 MYS, 284 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 24 potential points, 15 HP, 456060 stamina, 382120 energy, 35,530 LV, 13 LV, 13 energy bonus points, plus 279 STR, plus 374 DX, plus 466 ENE, plus 544 INT, plus 308 MYS, plus 50520 stamina, plus 467% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic induction, energy rank, 29277 grade, A plus grade A bonuses, plus 15 END, plus 12 all resistances, plus 15% highest attribute, plus 8%. Other attributes, plus 80 free attribute points, plus 10 potential points. Hello, Tank. Goodbye, Tank. The amount of HP he had was enough to make him want to vomit. Other than the fact that he had completed the race evolution, his energy had also broken through the 30,000 mark. He had obtained the bonus from the 13th level, which provided him with a few hundred attribute points. The effect of this promotion was very impressive, and the gap between him and the beyond grade A realm was further reduced. Han Xiao hadn't enjoyed the thrill of a sudden increase in strength for 7 years. At this moment, he only had one thought: Schwanger, you're dead. He entered his mind and took a look at the situation of the soul embryo. The growth rate of 9% had been suppressed to less than 1%. Steady, really steady. Han Xiao chuckled. You still want to be born? Wait for your miscarriage. Chapter 727. The Void Star Pursuer was a direct evolution path. It retained some of its old talents and had some enhancements. Among them, advanced void travel had been changed to void dimension jump, and it was no longer a short-distance teleportation skill. The Void Star Pursuer was a cosmic life form and could travel through space without the help of a vehicle. In the void dimension, they could change the curvature of space-time and use the jump mode to travel long distances. Therefore, they could stay in the void dimension for a very long time. This skill was a godly escape skill. Void Distortion had been changed to Strengthened Void Distortion. Its power had been increased, and it was easier to use. The cooldown had also been reduced. Void Molt's name had not changed. It was still a full attribute buff, but its actual effect had been strengthened. Void Ripple talent had disappeared. 3 of the 4 old talents were retained. There were 2 new talents, both of which were the core abilities of the Void Star Pursuer. Radiation Absorption. The Void Star Pursuer could absorb the energy of the stars and cosmic radiation to survive and strengthen themselves. This was a basic characteristic of cosmic life forms. The first use of this talent was to allow Han Xiao to transform into a cosmic life form. He would be able to survive in the universe without the help of any equipment, just like a fish in water. The second use was that his cells would be able to absorb cosmic radiation for a long period of time and obtain a permanent increase in his attributes. The specific effects had not been tested yet, and Han Xiao was not sure how effective it was or if there was an upper limit. But no matter what, this was a new and stable growth path. It was also the talent with the most potential for the Void Star Pursuer. The universe was filled with endless radiation. It was like the universe had become a buffet table, and the flowing radiation was like free pastries that could be eaten as one wished. The other new talent was called Cosmic Environment Adaptation. There were countless high-energy radiation and particle streams in the universe, and the cosmic life forms lived in such an extremely harsh environment. Their bodies had very strong adaptability and defense. For example, the skin of the interstellar beast that Han Xiao had hunted before was so thick that it could cause one to despair. This talent had transformed Han Xiao's body into a cosmic life form, providing him with impressive defense, physical resistance, harsh environment resistance, and resistance to all kinds of heat, cold, and electric shocks. Han Xiao tested it out. His resistance to attacks had increased by nearly 2 levels, and his skin was gradually becoming thicker. It could be said that this was the most suitable talent for him as a meat shield. A Star Pursuer's innate skill is inclined towards support and defense. It's very well-rounded and suits my fighting style very well. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the Star Chaser's talent. After figuring out the changes after the advancement, Han Xiao finally had time to think about the next problem. He had been holding back his level 220 promotion for over 7 years, and now that he had finally completed it, his strength had skyrocketed once more. Han Xiao estimated that his beyond grade A limit would be around level 240. Although he was happy about his advancement, he knew that this was only one of the obstacles he had passed. There was still a long way to go. After passing the level 220 threshold, the experience required to level up soared once more. It was an astronomical figure, and it was difficult for the Army's 1 million players to continue. After all, class knowledge and imparted skills were one-off transactions. The Army players had already learned many abilities, so their consumption demand had decreased. It was time to open up new league fields. The new players in version 3.0 were all seedlings that had yet to mature. They were thirsty for skills and knowledge. This was a brand new market. Blue Star is the old birthplace, and it's already in my hands. However, the new birthplace of the Shattered Star Ring in version 3.0 is not under my control yet. Han Xiao opened the star map. The birthplace of the new players was planet Deirdre, located in the Jellic Star Cluster. The players who were born, there were all newbies who joined in version 3.0. To Han Xiao, this was like opening a new server. The new players in version 3.0 would naturally not be as miserable as the Blue Star players in version 1.0. They were directly connected to the galaxy. Planet Deirdre was similar to a galactic transit station. It was surrounded by a star system rich in resources. Many large financial groups were stationed there to explore the nearby star zones. To the players, there were plenty of missions and resources. These new players who were born outside of the battlefield could travel thousands of miles to participate in the Secret War main storyline. They could also explore on their own and use the rich experience of version 3.0 to catch up to their levels. Or they could participate in another main storyline. The Crimson Tide was the main theme of version 3.0, and the Secret War was one of the main storylines. In the other star clusters, all sorts of huge events were happening. In the Jellic Star Cluster, where planet Deirdre was located, the main storyline that the new players could come into contact with was the storyline of the Shattered Star Ring Mercenary League. This organization was the alliance organization that Sky, Ring, and the other large galactic mercenary armies had asked Han Xiao to lead them to establish 7 years ago. They felt the turbulence in the star field, so they gathered the mercenaries of the Shattered Star Ring and formed a super-large mercenary alliance called the Pan-Shattered Star Ring Alliance, or the Mercenary Alliance for short. The Mercenary League had been established for a few years, and the effect was obvious. Under the Alliance's cooperation, the Mercenary League expanded to many star clusters. They accepted hundreds of mercenaries from dozens of civilizations and participated in many huge events. Han Xiao had already participated in this main storyline 7 years ago. Although he did not pay much attention to the changes in the mercenary world, the Black Star Corps was still one of the leaders of the Mercenary League and was one of the upper echelons of the Mercenary League. There's no need to worry about Blue Star, and planet Deirdre is easy to deal with. We just need to expand the Black Star Corps there. Han Xiao pondered. Planet Deirdre was located in the Jellic Star Cluster and was outside of the Army's business scope. However, with the status of the Black Star Corps, opening a branch on planet Deirdre was a piece of cake. He had used 3 versions to create the signboard of the Black Star Corps and left a deep impression on the players. He had a great advantage in recruiting new players. With so many people discussing the Black Star Corps on the forums, even new players would be curious about the past of the Black Star Corps and yearn for the faction itself. Han Zhao's main goal in developing the Black Star Corps was to make it into a highly efficient tool for harvesting leaks. He did not even need to personally appear on planet Deirdre. If he wanted to become a beyond grade A super, he had to expand the scale of his leak farming. In his plan, recruiting the players on planet Deirdre was an important mission for the next period of time. The Army can help me recruit new players, and I have to start preparing for becoming a beyond grade A super. With the shadow of the tyrant looming over his head, Heber was his biggest obstacle. The moment he became a beyond grade A super, he would have to face this strong enemy, and the two of them would definitely have to fight. This was not as simple as dealing with ES God's doppelganger or Thousand Shadows. He was about to face a true beyond grade A super, and the pressure was completely different. I have to nurture Hela while doing some valuable missions, Han Xiao thought to himself. Due to the soul embryo, he had sufficient reason to temporarily withdraw from the secret war and do his own things. Not only did he have to level up, but he also had to find a way to increase his combat strength as much as possible. He had to make sufficient preparations before becoming a beyond grade A super and obtain more talents to deal with the tyrant. Compared to others, this was his biggest advantage. He could actively obtain talents and continuously increase his combat strength without any bottlenecks. If only I could get a universal treasure. Han Xiao sighed. He was very envious of Cisco's evolution cube, but he did not have a chance to borrow it. He also wanted to obtain a universal treasure that belonged to him. In his previous life, the players had recorded many records of universal treasures. In the later versions, there were even players who had obtained universal treasures. However, at the current stage, the locations of most universal treasures were unknown. Even if there were universal treasures with fixed locations, they would be heavily protected. If it was so easy to obtain a universal treasure, Han Xiao would have gone for it long ago. In his memories, there were 3 relatively well-known universal treasures in the Shattered Star Ring, and they were in the hands of 3 different star cluster civilizations. Psyker's evolution cube was a treasure that he had heard of before, but there were very few clues about. Currently, Han Xiao only knew of one universal treasure that could be obtained by him. At this point in time, this universal treasure was most likely still quietly waiting in the ruins of civilization. The coordinates were the unexplored, flickering world. It's a pity distant water cannot quench present thirst. Han Xiao felt a little regretful. At the very least, he would have to wait until the Red Empire obtained the ownership of the flickering world and built the interstellar field Stargate. Only then would he have a chance to obtain this universal treasure. Currently, he could not even go to the flickering world. Therefore, if he wanted to increase his combat strength, he had to start with talents. The specific plans still had to be discussed at length. Han Xiao only wanted to relax now. He opened the door of the training room and returned to the cabin. Hello was training hard in the combat training room. Only Fu Ding and Aurora were in the cabin. They were happily chatting like a pair of best friends. Hearing footsteps, the two of them turned around. Chun Xing, Fu Ding let you out again? Han Xiao glanced at Fu Ding. At this moment, Fu Ding was behaving like a sissy. It was obvious that Chun Xing was controlling his body. Chun Xing snorted and did not want to talk to Han Xiao. She returned the body to Fu Ding. Her temperament changed, and Fu Ding regained control of the body. He smiled gently and said, "She's still very afraid of you." Han Xiao shook his head and curiously said, "I've always wanted to ask, since the two of you share the same body, do you have the same physiological needs as her?" Fu Ding coughed awkwardly. "Speaking of which, if the two of you are inseparable, is there no way to mate?" Han Xiao was amused. Was this a forced platonic relationship? Must we talk about this topic? Can we talk about something else? Fu Ding was annoyed. Aurora blinked and interrupted. "Actually, I'm quite curious too." Fu Ding was very popular. During this time, he had become familiar with Aurora. The main reason was that the Chun Xing in his body liked her very much. All right, Fu Ding was helpless. I'm a psychic, and she's also a psychic. We can simulate physiological needs, cough, and organs, and then use our spiritual bodies to interact with each other. Do you understand what I mean? Han Xiao. Damn, they were brainmates. Was this the same principle as having wet dreams? I'm training RBQ in my brain. Was this the highest level of fantasy? Han Xiao's expression was strange. He pointed at Fu Ding. I didn't expect you to be a pervert too. Shut up. Chun Xing appeared forcefully. Her face was red as she roared in Fu Ding's body. Then she shrunk back. Fu Ding came back to his senses and shrugged helplessly. She's ignoring me. It's over. So what if she's ignoring you? She's living in your body. So where can she go? Anyway, she's already in your shape. Han Xiao was speechless. Aurora was laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. After a while, she finally stopped laughing. Wiping away her tears, she looked at Han Xiao and curiously said, "By the way, I just noticed that your life force has grown a lot stronger. You finally broke through the bottleneck?" Fu Ding's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. For 7 years, Black Star's strength had stagnated. Now that he had improved again, it was undoubtedly great news at this juncture. You can say that. Han Xiao nodded. That's great. This way we still have hope. Fu Ding was overjoyed. Ever since he heard Austin's words, he had been worried about Han Xiao. At this moment, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Han Xiao chatted casually with the two of them for a while and felt much more relaxed. Then, he returned to his room to do business. He took out his communicator and sent the coordinates of planet Deirdre to Sylvia. He told her to send someone to set up a branch there and report the situation to him at all times. As the chief administrative officer, she was in charge of this matter. Sylvia knew that this meant that the army general valued this matter. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao sent a message to Bennett to check on Blue Star's situation. Chapter 728. On the Aquamarine Federation's mother planet, the Federation's first elementary school. In the classroom, many 7 to 8-year-old students followed the teacher on the podium and read aloud from their textbooks. Galaxy Calendar 694, the Blue Star had a great political unification movement. Under the influence of Black Star, the structure of society changed drastically, and the former 6 nations were replaced by the current Aquamarine Federation. This was the turning point of the Blue Star civilization, and the same year was also the first year of the Aquamarine Federation. Black Star, real name Han Xiao, is from the Blue Star. He used to be a member of the Germinal organization, but he gave up the darkness and joined the light. Now, he is the protector of the Blue Star civilization and has the highest veto power in the Federation Council. He is our biggest backer on the other side of the universe. He guided the Blue Star civilization for the past 20 years and brought us the ticket to the Galactic Society. To this day, the Black Star Corps still maintains a close relationship with the Federation. A male student with freckles on his face raised his hand and asked curiously, "Is Black Star still alive?" The classroom burst into laughter. Of course, Nero. Black Star is the strongest in the universe and has a long lifespan. When we die of old age, he will still be alive. The teacher nodded with a smile. I thought that only the dead are considered great. The student named Nero blushed. The teacher shook his head. Black Star and Federation Chairman Bennett are best friends. The landmark statue in the Central Garden was built by Bennett for Black Star. If you are curious, you can log on to the Galactic Network and search for information on Black Star. There is public information on him, and he is the strongest person from the Blue Star. He is the glory of our entire planet. The afternoon class ended quickly, and the students returned home. Nero followed the crowd and arrived at the school gate. The school was located in the middle of a skyscraper. Standing on the wide platform of the school gate and looking around, one could see the entire city in a panoramic view. The skyscrapers were uneven, like a steel forest full of sci-fi vibes. Anti-gravity suspension vehicles flowed along the track planned by buoys. In the past 10 years, Blue Star had continuously come into contact with galactic technology, and some of the commonly seen equipment in the galaxy had entered the lives of the people. Now, Blue Star had built many high-tech cities, and the style of the cities had gradually changed under the influence of the galactic financial groups. It was thriving and full of vitality. All sorts of private anti-gravity hover cars were waiting for their children outside the school. Nero sat in an unlicensed hover car and shuttled through the city before entering the Aquamarine Federation's administrative building. Nero followed a secretary-looking man into an office. Bennett was currently engrossed in reading documents. Compared to 10 years ago, he had more wrinkles on his face, and he gradually looked older. When he heard Nero's voice, he raised his head and smiled when he saw Nero. "School is over. Take a seat first. I'll take you for lunch after I'm done with the matters at hand." "Okay, Dad." Nero placed down his small bag and sat on the sofa obediently. He swung his legs and looked around. 10 years ago, Bennett became the chairman of the Aquamarine Federation under Han Zhao's instructions and completed the unification of the planet's political power. After the initial turbulence, Blue Star entered the right track and stabilized its development. The people recuperated and recovered from the trauma of the past. The mother planet welcomed peace, and Bennett's wish was fulfilled. As the chairman of the Federation, he needed to establish a family, so he got married and had children. He was a pugilist, after all, and his body was strong. It wasn't a problem for him to have children, and Nero was his child. "Dad, teacher told us about Black Star's story today," Nero said. "Oh, What did he teach you? Bennett was interested. Nero repeated the story and asked curiously, Is Black Star your friend, Dad? Yeah, I've known him for almost 20 years. Bennett reminisced. Is he really that powerful? Is he more powerful than you, Dad? Nero opened his eyes wide. In his heart, his father, as the chairman of the Federation, was the most powerful person in the world. He's much more powerful than me. Bennett laughed. Beep, beep. At this moment, the communicator rang. When Bennett saw the incoming call, he was startled and waved his hand at Nero. Come here. Aren't you curious about Black Star? Come take a look at him. After placing Nero on his lap, Bennett accepted the call, and Han Zhao's face appeared on the screen. Long time no see. It's been almost 10 years. Bennett smiled. Yeah. Han Zhao nodded. When he saw Nero, his eyes lit up. This is my child, Nero. Bennett smiled as he rubbed Nero's head and urged, Quick, call me Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Nero obediently greeted. Han Zhao was astonished. When did you get married? Why didn't you inform me? You're so busy, and I didn't want to disturb you. What are you saying? We're old friends, and you didn't even inform me of the good news. You've disappointed me. Han Zhao was dissatisfied. Bennett laughed and didn't mind. Although he didn't say it, he knew that he and Han Zhao weren't on the same level. Blue Star's daily affairs were undoubtedly small matters to Han Zhao, and Bennett didn't want to disturb him because of these trivial matters. Thus, the two of them contacted less and less. Are you the person written in the textbooks? Nero curiously looked at Han Zhao. Textbooks? Han Zhao was stunned. Bennett smiled and explained, and only then did Han Zhao laugh. He didn't expect that he would be written in a history textbook. This feeling of being remembered was pretty good. After chatting for a while, Bennett suddenly said, I want Nero to be your adopted son. What do you think? Han Zhao was a little surprised and nodded his head. He had a good relationship with Bennett, and he was willing to be the child's godfather. Bennett patted Nero and said, Quick, call me Foster Father. Foster Father. Nero's tone was a little stiff. Han Zhao was a stranger to him, so he couldn't really call him Foster Father. Bennett smiled, put Nero down, and let him go to the side to play. Only then did they talk about serious matters. Why are you looking for me? Nothing much. I just want to ask about Blue Star's situation. Han Zhao replied. Blue Star was one of the spawn points for players, and it was also a source of troops for the Black Star Corps. It was equivalent to a logistics base, so it was extremely important. Before opening up a new vegetable farm, he wanted to confirm the situation of the old one. Bennett nodded and explained the current situation of Blue Star in detail. Thanks to the Black Star Corps, Blue Star was transforming from a surface civilization to a galactic civilization. In recent years, they had been trying to colonize nearby uninhabited planets. A large portion of the newbies in version 3.0 were born in Blue Star and were recruited by the Black Star Corps. Overall, the situation was great. Han Zhao was very satisfied and asked, You've done well. You don't have to worry about Blue Star anymore. Do you want to come to the universe to take a look? If you remember correctly, Bennett also had a yearning for the universe, so Han Zhao invited him. However, to his surprise, Bennett shook his head and rejected. I've already decided to stay in the Aquamarine Federation. I don't want to go to the universe. Why? I remember that you used to. I have a new wish. The Aquamarine Federation is still very young. I hope to protect it and give it the rest of my life. Bennett smiled, and his wrinkles deepened. I'm already old. I have a family and children. I don't want to fight and kill anymore. I'm very satisfied with my current life. Although the universe is vast, it's enough to have you. Please help me see the world. Han Zhao heard this and dispelled the thought of persuading him. Everyone had their own aspirations. Bennett had spent the first half of his life in the flames of war and turmoil. Now that he had found a place to belong, there was no need for him to change someone else's wish. I understand. Actually, I still have something to ask of you, Bennett said. What is it? The only thing I'm worried about is Nero. He still has a bright future ahead of him, and he shouldn't stay here with me. After I pass away, I hope that you can keep him by your side, take care of him, and nurture him. Bennett's eyes were filled with love. Do you want to die? Why are you suddenly supporting me? Han Zhao's scalp went numb. After all, I'm different from you. My lifespan is limited, and I don't know when I'll die. So, it's better to tell you earlier. Bennett smiled. Can you promise me? No problem. I still have the money to support one person. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and joked. After you pass away, do you want me to take care of your widow? I won't trouble you. Bennett's mouth twitched. After chatting for more than half an hour, Han Xiao hung up. His smile disappeared, and he sighed. Not everyone had a long lifespan like him. Birth, old age, illness, and death were the fates of normal people. Bennett was getting older and older, and one day, he would die of old age. It was still sad. However, even if he passed away one day, the career he loved would remain. The Aquamarine Federation, Han Xiao nodded. With his protection, the Blue Star civilization would go even further than in his previous life. With the fame that the previous two versions had built, version 3.0 became the peak period for new players. According to the statistics, there were more than 10 million new players, and the number was still increasing. Due to the influence of China's victory in the previous Pro League, the Shattered Star Ring attracted the most players. 3 months after the start of version 3.0, there were already close to 2 million new players. Half a month later, Jellic Star Cluster, Planet Deirdre. The public spaceport hall had become a player plaza. There were people who had set up stalls, people who wanted to team up, people who wanted to be carried, and people who wanted to level up. Countless players gathered there, and it was noisy and crowded. The walls were transparent windows, and one could look down at the surface of Planet Deirdre from there or admire the beautiful universe. As a galactic transit station, there were plenty of job opportunities on Planet Deirdre. After 3 months of training and the mission rewards of version 3.0, these 1 million new players had leveled up very quickly. Now, they were above level 30 on average, and the first echelon had already reached level 40. Unlike the Blue Star players in version 1.0, the players on Planet Deirdre were galactic residents the moment they were born. They had a lot of information channels and could look up information about the galaxy as they wished. After 3 months of exploration, the players on Planet Deirdre found many ways to develop. At this very moment, in the bustling public airport hall, a small group of players was discussing their future plans. We should join the Ojin Financial Group and help them fight against the galactic pirates nearby. This is the main storyline mission of the planet, so it's definitely the best choice. What's the point of joining a financial group? It's better to be a freelance mercenary. I've seen the guides of the old players on the forums, and they all say that being a mercenary is the best. I've looked up the information. The biggest mercenary organization in the Shattered Star Ring is the Mercenary League. I heard that someone triggered a new main storyline there. If we want to be a mercenary, we should be a mercenary in that organization. Why don't we go to Colton and suck up to those old players and join the Black Star Corps to participate in the Secret War main storyline? The Black Star Corps is not bad, but the Cross-Star Cluster flights are a little expensive. I think it's better not to go. We have a new main storyline mission here. Why should we give up what's close at hand? Why don't we do something more challenging? As the saying goes, killing and robbing are the best. Let's go be galactic pirates. Hee hee, do you think we can afford spaceships? Are you stupid? Since we're going to be galactic pirates, we can rob them even if we can't afford them. This small team of players discussed for a long time before suddenly realizing that the noisy environment around them had quietened down. The few of them turned around in shock. In an entire spaceport, be it players or NPCs, over 1 million people raised their heads and looked at the roof of the spaceport hall. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. What's going on? The few of them also raised their heads, and when they saw the scenery outside the window, their eyes widened. An enormous armed satellite fortress had appeared out of nowhere and occupied the entire view of the roof. The spaceport was not even 1/20th the size of this armed satellite fortress. Over 1,000 battleships guarded the armed satellite fortress and slowly approached before stopping outside the orbit of Planet Deirdre. The outer armor of these battleships had the same symbol drawn on it. As long as the players frequently read posts on the forums, they would not be unfamiliar with this symbol. This was the symbol of the Black Star Corps. The Black Star Corps had directly moved an entire satellite division over. The millions of new players in the spaceport hall could not believe their eyes and were confused. Chapter 729. The Black Star Corps was already a famous organization in the Shattered Star Ring. The sudden arrival of the satellite base caused a huge commotion on planet Deirdre. The Jellic Star Cluster had nothing to do with the secret war. Regardless of whether it was the various financial groups on planet Deirdre or the 1 million new players, they were all curious about the Black Star Corps' intentions. Battleships flew out of the spaceport one after another and welcomed the Black Star Corps' satellite base. The various financial groups could not wait to send out communication requests to the commander of the Black Star Corps fleet. Very quickly, their requests received a reply. All the financial groups were pulled into a video conference channel, and Sylvia's face appeared on their communication screens. It was her, the Chief Administrative Officer of the Black Star Corps. As an important officer of the Black Star Corps, Sylvia was quite famous. Many financial groups knew who she was. Seeing such an important person leading the team, everyone felt uneasy and felt that the Black Star Corps had some ulterior motives. "I am Sylvia, the commander of this fleet." Sylvia nodded and gave an introduction. "Why did you suddenly descend without informing us? Are you trying to go against the rules of galactic commerce and snatch the business of planet Deirdre?" One of the financial groups said with an unfriendly tone. The Ogin Financial Group was the largest financial group on planet Deirdre. The person who spoke was the person in charge, Carver. The others had similar thoughts as Carver. Planet Deirdre was a treasure trove to them, and they did not want others to touch it. Sylvia smiled and said, "Please don't misunderstand. Although the Black Star Corps is an armed organization, we will not use force to threaten legal financial groups. Furthermore, the business of planet Deirdre is not attractive to us. You can rest assured." Hearing that, the expressions of Carver and the others became unnatural. Planet Deirdre, which they treated as a treasure trove, was just a small profit in the eyes of the huge Black Star Corps. Sylvia's words clearly meant that she was not interested in such a small profit. This made Carver feel a little awkward. "Then, may I ask why you are here? You even moved a satellite fortress here. If I remember correctly, the Jellic Star Cluster is not the battlefield of the secret war," Carver said doubtfully. Sylvia cleared her throat and said, "As an important member of the Mercenary League, the Mercenary Department of the Black Star Corps has decided to expand our business in the Jellic Star Cluster. Planet Deirdre is the location of our branch, and we will be responsible for the employment in that area. You can also treat us as the Mercenary League's office. If you need manpower, you can apply to us." The eyes of Carver and the rest lit up. If the Black Star Corps did not interfere with the management of planet Deirdre and only expanded the mercenary business, it would be beneficial for them. If a reliable mercenary group was stationed on planet Deirdre, its security would improve significantly, and it would attract more people. Furthermore, with the Black Star Corps, they wouldn't need to look for those lousy mercenaries anymore. They would be safe. Currently, the Mercenary League was on the verge of monopolizing the mercenary business in the entire starfield. Carver felt that since the Black Star Corps was a member of the Mercenary League, it was precisely for the sake of expanding the Mercenary League's business. "Understood. We have no objections." Carver let down his guard, and the rest agreed. "Very good," Sylvia said. "I have a favor to ask of all of you. I hope that all of you can use your influence to publicly announce that the Black Star Corps will be stationed on planet Deirdre. With your help, we will be able to open up the market very quickly. As an external organization, even if the Black Star Corps was huge, Sylvia would still try to ease the relationship between them and the local organizations." Hearing that, Carver hesitated. At this moment, Sylvia added, "Of course, in return, if you need mercenaries in the future, we will provide a certain discount, don't worry. Leave it to us to help you advertise." Carver was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Regardless of whether it was on the surface of planet Deirdre or in the spaceport, one could see the enormous satellite fortress floating in outer space just by looking up. Just as everyone was panicking, Many organizations led by the Ogen Financial Group jointly announced that they had reached a cooperation agreement with the Black Star Corps. The Black Star Corps came with good intentions and would set up a branch on planet Deirdre to take on mercenary business. As soon as the announcement was made, most people heaved a sigh of relief and became happy. The security of the Galactic Transit Station had always been a problem. Perhaps the Black Star Corps would be able to improve the situation by stationing themselves there. Of course, not everyone welcomed the Black Star Corps. For example, the small mercenary organizations on planet Deirdre felt pressured. They could tell that their lives would not be easy in the future. Most of their business would probably be snatched away by the Black Star Corps. However, the Black Star Corps quickly announced that they were recruiting on a large scale and local mercenaries would be given priority. All of a sudden, countless people joined the recruitment, especially the players on planet Deirdre. The topic of the Black Star Corps was always trending on the forums. Even new players had a certain understanding of the benefits, storyline, and deeds of the Black Star Corps. The Black Star Corps had already accompanied the players through 2 versions of the main storyline mission. Countless players had contributed to the growth of the Black Star Corps, and their deeds were recorded in the Galaxy Chronicles. The current scale of the Black Star Corps could be attributed to the players, which made some of the new players feel a sense of belonging to the faction. In the eyes of many new players, the Black Star Corps was the majority of the players in the Shattered Star Ring. However, due to the region, many people did not want to travel all the way to Colton. Now that the Army's business had expanded to the Jellic Star Cluster, there was no longer a distance restriction. Many players no longer hesitated and joined. Some of the hesitant players were mainly conflicted about the choice of storyline. To them, joining the Black Star Corps was equivalent to joining the Secret War storyline, and they did not want to give up the freedom to explore other storylines. However, after listening to the explanation of the players who joined the army, they realized that this was not the case. If they wanted to join the Secret War, they had to submit an application. If they were not willing, the army would not force them, and they could choose not to trigger this storyline. If they did not participate, they would be normal mercenaries of the Black Star Corps, and they could choose their own missions and explore on their own. They would also enjoy the benefits of the faction. Furthermore, they realized that the Black Star Corps was the upper echelon of the Mercenary League. They could also trigger the storyline of the Mercenary League, which was equivalent to joining the Black Star Corps, giving them the choice of 2 main storylines. Some players also wanted to join the local storyline of Planet Deirdre, help the Ogen Financial Group chase away the galactic pirates nearby. However, they were shocked to realize that the Ogen Financial Group actually canceled this mission, and the local storyline of Planet Deirdre had disappeared. After asking around, the players found out that the galactic pirates near Planet Deirdre had heard about the arrival of the Black Star Corps and abandoned their strongholds. These galactic pirates had all been scared away by the Black Star Corps. Thus, there was no need to hesitate. Within 3 days, more than 90% of the players on Planet Deirdre had chosen to join the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao had been operating the Black Star Corps for a long time, and the benefits of the Black Star Corps were extremely attractive to the new players. Not only did they have a large amount of equipment and items, but they also had a complete set of basic and advanced class knowledge. They did not have to go around killing NPCs to learn. The current level and requirements of the new players were equivalent to the players of version 1.0, and the Black Star Corps gave out the benefits of version 3.0. To the new players, this was an extremely luxurious temptation that they could not reject. As Sylvia was recruiting players on Planet Deirdre, Han Zhao's interface also received real-time feedback. The moment these new players joined the army, the first thing they did was to learn new knowledge. He had the political asset from the Bloodline mission reward, which gave him an additional 30% experience. His dried-up experience pool quickly filled up, and he soon had enough experience to level up 1 more level. After opening up his second leak farm, the speed at which he harvested experience increased significantly. Based on this efficiency, reaching level 240 was just around the corner. The players in the army were now divided into 2 groups. The first group was the old players who had reached grade B, and the second group was the new players who were around level 30 on average. There were more than 1 million of them. The spending power of the new players could not compare to the old players, but their potential demand was the greatest. Han Xiao decided to let the new players on planet Deirdre grow and not force them to participate in the secret war. With their strength, the benefits of participating in the secret war would not be as good as doing mercenaries. The Mercenary League's main storyline was more suitable for these new players. Han Xiao pondered. The market for players has doubled compared to before. These new players have to learn new knowledge and skills from the beginning, but their levels are still very low. They need to be nurtured slowly. Class knowledge was a necessity, and the new players had to learn it sooner or later. He was not in a hurry. Beep beep. His communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao took a look. It was Ralph from the Amethyst civilization. Black Star, I heard that you've set up a branch in the Jellic Star cluster. Ralph asked. You're quite well informed. Do you have a problem with that? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Cough, cough. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Ralph coughed dryly. In truth, the Amethyst civilization wanted to keep the Black Star core within Colton and did not want to see Han Xiao expand. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Why are you looking for me today? Han Xiao asked. Ralph's expression turned serious. It's like this. We've received news that the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation have reached an agreement. We don't have much time left. We have to speed up our counterattack. The negotiations are about to end? Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. If the Red Empire and the Radiant Federation finished their negotiations, the secret war would be over. No wonder Purple Crystal was so anxious. What's the reaction of the Bloodshed Land? They become active, Ralph said. Their high-level combatants have been mobilized. Without your suppression, we've suffered quite a bit. Han Xiao understood. Jord must have been misled by him and started to act recklessly. We urgently need you to return to the main battlefield. It just so happens that we're preparing for the next large-scale military operation. Black Star, we need. This time, Han Xiao interrupted him. Sorry, I don't wish to participate in this operation. Ralph was stunned. Black Star was an important part of their strategy, but now that Han Xiao was not coming, the entire plan would be disrupted. Why? Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, You should know that no matter what the outcome of the war is, the tyrant will not let me go. Ralph fell silent. Purple Crystal did know about this, but they had never intended to tell him. It was not that they did not care about his life or death, but that the upper echelons were very realistic and wanted to make the best use of him. 7 years ago, Purple Crystal had seen Han Xiao's potential and made an early investment. Now that 7 years had passed, the upper echelons of Purple Crystal saw that he had lost the momentum of his rapid growth and were no longer as optimistic about his potential as before. Although they still valued him, the upper echelon's thoughts had changed and no longer hoped for him to become a beyond grade. Purple Crystal would not allow the tyrant to take revenge on their hero, but the upper echelons had their own considerations. Although the possibility of Black Star becoming a beyond grade had decreased, he was still a peak calamity grade super. There was still value in roping him in. If the tyrant made a move, it would force Black Star to seek protection from Purple Crystal and improve their relationship. To the upper echelons, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As for Black Star's safety, Purple Crystal was not worried. No matter what, Black Star still had the Dragon Emperor behind him. Running out to add icing on the cake was naturally not as good as providing timely help. They might even be able to form a relationship with Ames because of this. Han Xiao did not mind. The essence of their cooperation was to take what they needed, and Purple Crystal did not owe him anything. He slowly said, Therefore, I have to think of a way to use the remaining time to try to break through the bottleneck of the calamity grade. Understood. Seeing that Han Xiao had made things clear, Ralph did not force him. Regarding the situation of the secret war, Ralph was actually very clear. The upper echelons of Purple Crystal knew that they would not be able to chase away all the enemies and would most likely lose a portion of their border star systems. They were already mentally prepared. What they were doing now was to take back as much territory as possible to prevent losses. Under such circumstances, Han Xiao not being willing to participate in the war was not something that Purple Crystal could not accept. Black Star probably knows this as well, which is why he made such a request. Ralph thought to himself. He felt that Han Xiao saying that he wanted to break through to the beyond Grade A realm was just an excuse. There had been no news from him for 7 whole years. He did not think that Han Xiao would be able to make any breakthroughs in a short period of time. However, there was no need to make these words clear. "I'll submit your opinion to the upper echelons," Ralph said. "However, you can choose not to come, but the Black Star Corps must participate." Of course. After hanging up, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 730. Molding talents were hard to come by, and Han Xiao had obtained all of them through unconventional means. Although the prey mission was a good opportunity to obtain talents, Thousand Shadows had not triggered the next round after so long, and he almost thought that Thousand Shadows had given up. However, the mission had not been completed, and he did not know what was going on. In his memory, the missions that rewarded talents were mostly normal talents, and there were very few rare ones. He had to consider which missions to complete. The missions that were not in the Shattered Star Ring were eliminated first. Some of the talents had a limited increase in combat strength and would only waste time. These were also eliminated. After filtering through, Han Xiao chose a few missions that were relatively more cost-effective. Although the rewarded talents could not change his combat strength drastically like molding talents, they would still increase his combat strength to a certain extent. It will take a few months to complete these missions. The war won't end so soon, so I still have plenty of time, Han Xiao thought to himself. His current level was 221, and he would need to undergo class advancement at level 225. He had accumulated a few mission completion cards during the version update, and he had used one at level 220. He still had some left, so he only lacked experience. The experience required to level up after level 220 would soar, but with the harvest of the 2 leak fields, it would only take a few months to gather enough experience. He could complete missions while waiting for his experience to fill up. Han Xiao called Hela, Aurora, and Fu Ding over and explained the upcoming itinerary. The 3 of them had no objections. "Oh, right." Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and said to Aurora, "Help me make some recovery potions. I want to give them to the senior officers of the army. They might be able to save their lives at a critical moment." The Bloodshed Land was starting to make waves. In order to prevent casualties among the upper echelons of the army, he wanted to provide some life insurance for the senior officers. Aurora's life force potion had a miraculous effect, which was equivalent to a second life. Aurora could now freely control her Esper ability, so making potions would not consume much energy for her. No problem. Aurora was very happy. She could finally help. Hela originally wanted to stop her, but seeing how happy Aurora was, she decided to acquiesce. Since it was Han Zhao's request, and it wasn't too much, she just let Aurora do as she pleased. She had seen Aurora's growth, and her desire to protect her was not as extreme as before. After spending a day settling the trivial matters, Han Xiao led the 3 of them on a journey to farm for talents. 3 blue-black, scimitar-shaped spaceships flew out of the desolate universe belt, entering the Shattered Star Ring from a remote border. In the cockpit of the leading spaceship, Colin looked at the Milky Way outside the porthole and spat out the rotten fruit he was chewing. He revealed his sharp teeth covered in purplish-blue juice and cursed. "Bastard who deserves to be killed. After flying for almost 6 years, we've finally arrived." As he spoke, he slapped the freezer control button on the spaceship's control panel. Chi-chi, the dozens of neatly arranged low-temperature life-support refrigerators in the cabin began to defrost. The cabin doors opened and cold air filled the air. One by one, people of different heights and races walked out. Their bodies were naked, and their bodies were covered with scars and tattoos. "We slept for 3 years? That's really long. Is it time to change shifts, or have we arrived?" These people who had woken up from hibernation put on their clothes and came to the cockpit. Colin heard the footsteps and pointed at the star map without even turning his head. "We've arrived. This is the Shattered Star Ring. If you guys haven't slept too much, quickly recover your physical state. Don't delay the mission that the boss gave us. Don't worry, as long as I suck some blood, I'll recover. A pale man who was tall and thin like a bamboo pole spoke. He licked his lips and glanced at his companions with ill intentions. Baron Orozen, if you dare touch my men, don't blame me for throwing you off the spaceship. Why should I listen to you? The pale man, Orozen, sneered. His high cheekbones made him look sinister. Because I'm the captain personally appointed by His Excellency E.S. God. Or do you want to fight? Colin glanced at him fiercely. Orozen chuckled and shrugged, indicating that he was willing to compromise. Colin snorted and said, "You'd better keep a low profile. I remember that you're a fugitive who escaped from the Shattered Star Ring. I don't want to expose myself because of your stupidity before completing the mission. That was a fugitive from 60 years ago. It might have been revoked long ago." Orozen did not care. The people on these 3 spaceships were all members of the Fallen Ark and were wanted by different star fields. They had been sent out to carry out missions in the Shattered Star Ring. Colin, nicknamed Rotten Poison, was a grade A super and the captain of this team. He had spread plagues on many colonial planets in the ancient Star Desert, causing more than 3 billion casualties. He was wanted by 23 star system level civilizations and 2-star cluster level civilizations. He then joined the Fallen Ark and followed E.S. God. Orozen, who called himself Baron, was a member of the Longevity Blood Race and the other grade A super in the team. He had once roamed many star fields to hunt for life forms. He was extremely vicious and had a bounty on his head in all 5 star fields. This was especially so in the Shattered Star Ring. During the celebration of a certain star system civilization, in front of the entire audience, he chewed up a high-ranking official who was giving a speech, causing a huge commotion. After escaping from the Shattered Star Ring, he joined E.S. God. This group of people had set off 6 years ago and had only just arrived in the Shattered Star Ring. As fugitives, they did not dare use the interstellar field Stargate openly and spent most of their time in the desolate universe belt. These 3 light Martin spaceships were equipped with top-notch hyperdrive engines, specifically designed for interstellar travel. They could accelerate up to level 17, 89 warp speed, and if pushed to the maximum speed in a star field, they could cross a star system in a few minutes. Even grade B supers like them had to hibernate in a cryogenic cabin to withstand the powerful load of the hyperdrive. Relying on this super warp jump engine, this team had spent about 6 years crossing multiple star fields from the desolate universe belt to the Shattered Star Ring without relying on stargates. One of his subordinates asked, "Captain, which mission should we do first?" This team had 2 missions to do in the Shattered Star Ring. "Are you an idiot? Of course, we'll do the easy one first." Colin was impatient. He casually opened a file and displayed it on the light red virtual screen. There were 2 people's information on it. One was Hariful, and the other was Han Shao. They were the 2 people who had worked together to deal with E.S. God's doppelganger. Hariful, grade A super of the Tyla civilization, deputy dean of the Tyla Mechanical College. He's a researcher. Black Star Han Shao, leader of the Black Star Corps, ally of the Amethyst civilization, beyond grade A seed. Wow, this guy's record has been updated again. He's a powerful guy. I heard that he's one of the top calamity grades in the Shattered Star Ring. Hearing this, Orozen's face was filled with disdain. He sneered and said, "Black Star? When I was in the Shattered Star Ring, I never heard of this person. He's just a newbie who appeared in recent years." Colin did not care and said expressionlessly, "The Shattered Star Ring is just a remote star field. The strength of the supers here can't be compared to the strength of the 3-star fields in the Central Galaxy." After following E.S. God in the Central Galaxy, Colin and the others did not think highly of people from a remote star field like the Shattered Star Ring. As the most ferocious thugs in the entire galaxy, they were used to being arrogant, even beyond grade, as would not be taken seriously by them. Since 7 years ago, E.S. God had been talking about trees and trees all day long. The way they saw it, E.S. God's insanity had worsened again. That was why he had sent them to the Shattered Star Ring to find the coordinates of a certain wormhole. "Hariful has the data we want," Colin said. He's our primary target. If we can get the data successfully, we won't have to find Black Star. No matter what, Hariful is easier to deal with than Black Star. Everyone nodded. Colin paused for a moment before continuing. After completing the first mission, we'll go steal the evolution cube. Chapter 731. After a few days of travel, the Blacklight Stealth arrived at its destination. Outside the porthole was a planet. Green vegetation, yellow land, and blue ocean formed the surface of the planet, with the yellow color occupying the highest proportion. Aurora looked down at the planet curiously. Philip, what planet is this? Searching database. Search complete. Planet Nolan. Coordinates. Star Zone 6 of the Colton star cluster of the Shattered Star Ring. Planet area code S0706812. Discovered and recorded by the Gorit civilization. There are signs of civilization, but it is relatively backward and has yet to develop interstellar technology. Observation Priority 4. Planet Noluen had a surface civilization, but their technology was still in the ancient era. There were no planes, cannons, or nuclear weapons, and they were far from the stage of space exploration. Aurora was confused. Why did Han Xiao bring us here? He definitely has a reason. Let's ask him when we arrive. Fu Ding smiled. Han Xiao was not on the spaceship at this time. The three of them were traveling in the spaceship, while he was running naked in the universe to expose himself to the cosmic radiation and obtain some attributes through the radiation absorption of the Void Star Pursuer. As such, the speed of the spaceship was much slower than the three of them. The spaceship was suspended in the outer space of planet Noluen. Not long after, the space beside it started to distort, and Han Zhao's figure jumped out from the void dimension. He shivered and hurriedly flew into the cabin. Stepping into the cabin, Han Xiao hurriedly exhaled a scorching hot breath. As soon as he left the vacuum environment, white smoke rose from his body with a sizzling sound, as if he was being cooked. The cells in his body had absorbed a large amount of cosmic radiation, and his body was like a furnace. His skin was so hot that it could fry an egg. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at it with satisfaction. As expected of a mid-grade evolved species, the growth rate of this talent is not bad. As long as it accumulates for enough time, the bonuses will be very impressive. After some tests, Han Xiao had already figured out the mechanism of the radiation absorption. After evolving into a Void Star Pursuer, the cells in his body had been modified, and he now had the ability to absorb cosmic radiation. As long as his body was exposed to the universe for a certain period of time, he would be able to trigger the absorption of radiation, permanently increasing his strength, agility, and endurance by 1 to 3 points, or increasing his maximum energy by 5 to 10 points. If he triggered radiation absorption multiple times within a certain period of time, the interval between the effects of this talent would become longer and longer. In other words, he would have to run naked in the universe for a longer period of time before he could increase his attributes again. If he rested for more than a day, the interval between the effects of the talent would decrease, and he would return to his original state. The absorption process could be broken down into 3 steps: absorption, storage, and digestion. Cells were not bottomless pits, and their storage and digestion abilities were limited. It was like eating. When cells were full, they needed time to digest, which was why this situation occurred. This was a species' innate skill that could provide considerable benefits through the accumulation of time. He could become stronger just by hacking, so it was definitely profitable. Radiation absorption was the innate skill that Han Xiao was most satisfied with at the moment. At this time, the total bonus of this talent was plus 16 strength, plus 13 dexterity, plus 21 endurance, plus 68 energy, and a huge increase in attack power. After returning to the cockpit, Han Xiao greeted the 3 of them. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. We can move now. What are we doing on this planet? Aurora asked. Doing good deeds. Han Xiao smiled and switched to manual pilot mode. The spaceship entered stealth mode and entered planet Noluen's atmosphere before descending slowly. This was the first place he chose to farm for talents. Planet Nalawan had 3 continental plates, but only one of them had a civilization. The other 2 had not been discovered by the native civilizations. Even the age of navigation had not begun, so this civilization naturally did not know what the universe was like. Other than the Gorit civilization that discovered planet Nalawan, he should be the second person from the universe to visit this planet. This civilization was inclined towards magic. Several kingdoms ruled the continent, and the system of kings and lords was mainly aristocratic. They fought against each other, and the most powerful kingdom was called Ocean Line. In his previous life, players had discovered a talent mission here, and it was somewhat useful to Han Xiao. The invisible spaceship descended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Under Han Xiao's control, it swept across the Earth, and towns built with stone bricks passed by in his field of vision. The surface civilization of planet Nalawan did not have the ability to discover interstellar spaceships. The spaceship quickly circled around the continent and completed its scan. Philip huffed and puffed as he generated a map. Whoosh, the trees swayed, and the spaceship landed in the dense forest of a mountain range. Han Xiao led the 3 of them down the spaceship and kept the spaceship in stealth mode to avoid being discovered by the natives of planet Nalawan. Taking out the newly generated map, Han Xiao glanced at it and explained. The destination is nearby. This is the territory of the Ocean Line Kingdom. We're going to a city called Stoneheart City. Let me take a look. Oh, it's that city. Han Xiao pointed into the distance, and Hela and the other 2 looked in the direction he was pointing. At the edge of the mountain range, there was a town built against the mountain. The city was built with gray bricks. Stay by my side and keep a low profile. If I don't ask you to do anything, don't do anything rash. Han Xiao instructed carefully. Grade A was a high-level combat power in the universe. It had the power to crush surface civilizations like this. No one on planet Nalawan could defeat them. If they were not careful, they could destroy a city. In order to complete the mission, Han Xiao needed everyone to keep a low profile, at least on the surface. Although they did not understand Han Xiao's intention, Hela and the other 2 nodded. Philip, simulate the appearance of the Nalawan people. A few mechanical balls rose and shot blue cone-shaped rays at Han Xiao and the other 3. Matrix data flashed, and a simple simulation illusion was quickly generated on the surface of the 4 of them, transforming them into the appearance of the Nalawan people. The body structure of the Nalawan people was similar to the human race. Their skin was darker, rougher, and had lines. After adjusting the channel of the translator and everything was ready, Han Xiao led the 3 of them along the mountain path toward Stoneheart City. The afternoon sun was lazy. The 4 of them were extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the scattered towns outside the city. Beside the road were plots of land reclaimed. Farmers were working hard in the fields, and the stench of some kind of animal dung floated in the air. They were used to the magnificent scenery of the universe. At this time, they were enjoying the primitive scenery of the surface civilization. Even the advanced galactic civilizations had gone through such a period. The fire of civilization was weak at the beginning, but it grew under the care of generations. Fighting in the universe every day, they would see either battleships or armor. Occasionally, they would come to such a backward surface civilization to relax. There was no need to worry about enemies. They could do whatever they wanted here. The environment here is not bad. There is no industrial pollution. Han Xiao took a deep breath and shook his head. Even the smell of feces is so fresh. I feel that you are becoming more and more perverted recently, Fu Ding said honestly. No, you are better in this aspect. After chatting for a while, they arrived at the entrance of Stoneheart City. The guard could not see through the camouflage technology. Han Xiao and the others blended into the crowd and entered the city. What greeted them was a smelly hot wind. Noisy shouts violently crashed into their ears. In front of them were messy stone streets, backward town planning, and primitive natives. What are we going to do? Aurora asked softly. You have most questions. Just follow me and we'll be done. Han Xiao pulled Aurora's soft cheeks with 2 fingers and let go. Aurora covered her red face with tears. "Sister, he bullied me." Aurora turned around and complained. Hella did not look sideways, as if she did not see anything. The few of them approached the notice board of the town. Philip translated the Nalawan language into the common language, and Han Shao looked at an old notice that had been posted for who knew how many years. The content could be summarized as, "A manor in Stone Heart City is haunted. A demon spirit has appeared. The manor owner wishes to hire someone to solve it." This bounty had been around for a long time. The location of the mission was a small manor. Han Shao and the others expressed their intentions, and they were quickly warmly welcomed by the manor owner. They sat down in the main hall. As soon as they sat down, the manor owner could not wait to speak. "Great, someone is finally willing to help. This notice has been posted for a few years, and I have received at least 100 people. 5 of them claim to be wizards, but none of them could solve the problem." "Don't worry, we are different," Han Shao said, and the translator translated his words into the Nalawan language. Then, "Are you wizards?" The manor owner had a hopeful look on his face. "You can say that. Tell me the details first." "Oh, okay." On planet Nalawan, there was a type of energy creature that was similar to a ghost. The natives called it a demon spirit. A few years ago, a demon spirit appeared in this manor and would occasionally appear at night. The supers on planet Nalawan were magicians. The Nalawan people called them Papisode, and the translator translated it as wizard. The super system here was very weak. The wizards mainly used magic potions or materials to cast spells. They were only D grade, but in the eyes of the natives, they were mysterious and powerful. Getting rid of the demon spirits was the job of the wizards. However, a few decades ago, a large number of wizards had disappeared. It was very rare to see wizards now. Spells had lost their inheritance, and the super system was cut off. No one knew how to get rid of the demon spirits. They could only explore the super system again through obscure magic books. Fortunately, the demon spirit in this manor was relatively weak, so the manor owner's family could still live here for a few years. After the manor owner finished speaking, Han Zhao's interface showed a notification. "You have triggered the chain mission, Demon King of Planet Nalawan. Mission introduction. You heard from others that the wizards on planet Nalawan disappeared for some reason. There seems to be more to this. The first round of the mission requires you to get rid of the demon spirit in the manor. Reward: 20 EXP. This was a chain mission. The reward for the first round was very little. In Han Zhao's previous life, the players had only discovered this place when they were exploring freely in version 30. Every civilization had a large number of trivial missions. This mission was very well hidden. In Han Zhao's previous life, a storyline player had coincidentally completed this mission and discovered that the reward was a talent that could increase mental resistance. Although Planet Nalawan's power system was very weak, the reward was very good. Now that the version had just started, the Black Star Corps had been cultivating leaks on a large scale. As a result, no one had explored Planet Nalawan yet. Because of the soul embryo, Han Shao decided to get a mental resistance talent. Therefore, he came to this place that was not even as strong as the novice village. He was clear about the mission process. It could save him a lot of time. "Leave the demon spirit to us. We'll deal with it tonight." As Han Shao spoke, he glanced at the corner of the room. There was a transparent magic eyeball floating there, monitoring their conversation. Only the manor owner did not know about the existence of this magic eyeball. When they first entered the room, Han Shao and the others had noticed it immediately. In the eyes of supers at their level, this low-grade magic eyeball was like a living person squatting in the corner, mumbling, "You can't see me. It can only trick the air. Don't worry about it." Han Shao waved his hand to stop Fu Ding. He knew who was watching this manor. Luring out the watcher was the key step of the mission. At the same time, in a secret gathering place under Stone Heart City, there were no windows in the room. There were only a few kerosene lamps. In the darkness, a hoarse voice sounded. "Guard number 13 has reacted. Someone has accepted the reward of the manor and wants to deal with the demon spirit." At this moment, another young voice sounded. He sounded helpless as he replied, "I'm afraid it's one of those lame amateurs who read a few witchcraft books and think they're wizards. Sigh, how can they handle demon spirits? They said that they will move at night. Tomar, follow them. Got it. I will protect them in case they provoke the demon spirit and get hurt." The conversation came to an end. The sound of gears moving could be heard in the room. It lasted for a while before it stopped. Late at night, Han Xiao asked the manor owner and his family to leave. He then brought the three of them to the back of the manor. There was an abandoned area surrounded by stone walls and fences. There were several locks on the door. Using the key given by the manor owner to open the door, Han Xiao and the others walked in. Inside was an abandoned warehouse area with several granaries. A cold and sticky aura floated in the air, as if there was an invisible air current gently brushing past their skin. If an ordinary person was here, they would feel inexplicably nervous, as if there was a ghost. However, it did not have any effect on Han Xiao and the others. There is a weak and abnormal mental signal here. I noticed it during the day, Fu Ding whispered. Do you need me to deal with it? Demon spirits paled in comparison to a psychic grandmaster like him. Not to mention a single demon spirit, he could even get rid of 1,000 demon spirits with a single thought. Let's wait for it to appear first. Han Xiao shook his head and glanced in the direction of one of the granaries. In his senses, there was a living person squatting there. That was his target. All right, we'll listen to you. Fu Ding was helpless. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they were now bodyguards. Their job was to follow Han Xiao everywhere. Not far away, Tomar was carefully hiding behind one of the granaries with his back against the wall. He stuck his head out and observed Han Xiao and the others. He was a youth wearing a black hooded outfit that covered his face. He was dressed like an assassin. There were several small bags on his belt that contained casting materials. Seeing Han Xiao and the others looking left and right as if they were on an outing, Tomar could not help but roll his eyes in disdain. They are too unprofessional. They don't even know how to set up spiritual stone powder in advance. Where did they get the confidence to help others get rid of a demon spirit? It seems like they won't be able to avoid suffering. Just as he was thinking about it, a gust of cold wind blew. The dust on the ground was swept up like a tornado. A faint blue phantom appeared, and a mournful roar resounded in the air. Shit, this blue phantom demon spirit has mutated after not seeing it for a few years. Tomar was shocked when he saw the situation, and he started to feel anxious. He had only learned magic for 5 years, and even he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to protect himself from this demon spirit. Not to mention, there were 4 amateurs dragging him down. Seeing that the 4 of them were not doing anything, Tomar cursed in his heart. He reached for his bag of casting materials and was about to rush out to help. Pooh! Right at this moment, Fu Ding casually sent out a spiritual wave and hit the demon spirit. The blue illusory spirit body shattered like a broken mirror, turning into blue snowflakes and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Tomar had just rushed out and was exposed to Han Xiao and the others. When he saw this scene, he froze on the spot. What has happened? The demon spirit was destroyed in an instant? Didn't Magi use magic potions to fight? What was the situation now? Why didn't the books mention it? Chapter 732. Turning around to look at Tomar, Han Zhao's lips curled up into a smile as he greeted Tomar. Yo, how are you? This friend who suddenly appeared. Hi. Tomar regained his senses and stuttered as he looked at the 4 of them. You guys are real Magi? He asked with uncertainty. The moment the words left his mouth, Tomar felt that he had asked an unnecessary question. What was there to ask? Only Magi were able to expel demon spirits, and these 4 people were definitely powerful Magi. Otherwise, how could they kill the mutated blue shadow demon spirit in an instant? I thought that the 4 of us were amateurs. I didn't expect them to be my peers. Tomar widened his eyes in shock. All of a sudden, Tomar seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. He hurriedly took out some white powder from his bag and scattered it in the air, following which, he called for Han Xiao and the rest to follow him. I used the elimination dust to wipe away the traces of magic power here. We shouldn't be discovered. Hurry up and follow me. I will bring you guys to the gathering place in Stoneheart City." As he spoke, Tomar nimbly jumped over the wall and ran out of the manor. Han Shao brought the three of them, who were still confused, and followed behind him. They arrived at an old and empty house in the corner of Stoneheart City. A simple concealment array was set up here. In the eyes of the few of them, it was naturally very lame. However, it wasn't a problem to deceive the natives of Planet Nolan. After jumping over the chimney, Tomar lifted up the floorboards in the corner of the house and revealed the entrance to a dark cellar. "The gathering place is right below. Follow me." There was a hanging basket at the entrance of the cellar, and it was connected to gears to transport people. It was like a primitive elevator. The few of them stepped on it, and under the creaking sounds of the hinges, the basket finally touched the ground with a thud. In front of them was a dark space that looked like an underground base. There were many wooden boxes filled with resources, and there were more than 10 rooms. The crackling oil lamps were the only source of light here. After being used to the advanced galactic technology, Hela and the rest felt that such a backward place was quite fresh. It felt as though they had returned to the ancient times. "This is the gathering place of Stoneheart City. I will bring you guys to meet the person in charge here, Mr. Lanley." Tomar warmly led the few of them to one of the rooms. There were dozens of bookshelves here, and they were filled with old books. An old man with a white beard was reading under the dim light of a kerosene lamp. When he heard the noise, he looked at them with a surprised expression. After hearing Tomar's explanation, the old man named Lanley let down his guard and said with a hoarse voice, "So you guys are also fellow magi. Feel free to enjoy everything here. Stoneheart City welcomes you guys." Tomar asked curiously. "I've been curious the entire time. You guys clearly didn't use any magic potions. How did you guys kill the demon spirit?" "It's actually quite simple. It's a technique to use spells." Fu Ding had no choice but to start role-playing under Han Zhao's instructions. It turned out that Black Star liked this kind of music. "Is that so? Why haven't I seen it in the books before?" Tomar scratched his head. Hearing this, Lamley suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "Only the legendary great wizards don't need to use magic potions to cast spells. Could it be that you guys are great wizards? I thought all the great adepts were killed by that devil 50 years ago." "What devil? What's going on?" Lamley was stunned. "You guys don't know?" "We don't know." Han Shao pretended to be at a loss. "Actually, I know, but I can only trigger the mission after hearing it from you." Han Shao sighed helplessly. "I understand now. You guys are the legendary hidden magi. You guys didn't participate in the battle 50 years ago." Lonley was excited and explained the whole story. 50 years ago, magi were still roaming this land. There was a magus called Vosamid who created a divine weapon that could create and control demon spirits. Furthermore, he could absorb the energy of the demon spirits to increase his own magic power. In order to increase his power, he placed a large number of demon spirits of fear in several cities and used the fear of ordinary people as nourishment to increase the power of the demon spirits. In the end, he became a great magus. At that time, many wizards had banded together and wanted to kill Vosamid. However, Vosamid had used a divine weapon to kill all the wizards who had surrounded him. Following that, he chased after the remaining wizards and killed almost all of them, cutting off countless magic inheritances. After that, Vosamid became the royal mage of the ocean and kingdom and was known as the great demon king of the Magus world. Furthermore, he reared demon spirits in the ocean and kingdom. At most, due to his identity, he restrained himself a little. However, the demon spirit army under his command became stronger and stronger. A small portion of magi joined Vosamid and became his lackeys. As for the remaining magi, they could only go into hiding and set up various gathering points to help each other. Vosamid had been chasing after the surviving magi, so the magi went into hiding and no longer appeared in public. The outside world lost track of the magi, and the magic inheritance was only controlled by Vosamid and the gathering points. The magi and the gathering points would only impart their magic to young and trustworthy people. This Vosamid is also a leek cultivator. Han Xiao curled his lips. After roaming the universe for so many years, he had heard so many similar stories that his ears were about to grow calluses. It was nothing more than a big boss that appeared on the surface of the planet, and no one could defeat him. Thus, the planet was ruled by darkness for an era. Planet Nolwenn did not know that there were other life forms in the universe, and they did not even know the definition of the universe. Naturally, they did not have the ability to ask for the help of interstellar mercenaries. Vosamid was the final target of this chain mission. He was domineering on planet Nolwenn, but in front of Han Xiao, he was just a little brother who could be easily killed. However, if he directly charged over and killed the boss, he might not be able to obtain the talent reward of the last part of the mission. In order to obtain the talent safely, Han Xiao planned to complete the mission step by step. In any case, he was basically a newbie, and he did not feel any pressure. Thus, he treated this mission as a vacation. Lanley excitedly paced back and forth, and his tone became respectful. "For Magi, we need your help. Speak." Han Xiao nodded. "As long as Vosamid is alive, the Magus world will always be under his control. So, you want us to kill him?" Fu Ding interrupted. Lanley shook his head and bitterly smiled. "We have already tried to do this for 50 years. Vosamid is too powerful, and he was able to kill several great magi a few decades ago. He will definitely be even more powerful now. Even if the four of you are great magi, you won't be a match for him. I can't send you all to your deaths." Hela curled her lips. She alone could overturn the entire planet Nolwenn, but seeing that Han Xiao was not saying anything, she could only shut her mouth. "Then what do we need to do?" Han Xiao asked patiently. "It's like this. Vosamid's strongest helper is the demonic spirit army. He created the strongest demonic spirit in history to help him lead the army, and we call it the demonic spirit king. If we want to deal with Vosamid, we have to get rid of his helper first. However, the demonic spirit king is extremely powerful, and even great magi might not be a match for it. However, we have found its weakness. The demonic spirit king is a man-made product, and its power is maintained by 3 magic altars. Every time we destroy an altar, it will weaken. Our gathering point has already found the locations of the 3 altars, and there is one near Stoneheart City. However, it is guarded by the demonic spirit army. With the addition of the 4 of you, we have the power to destroy the altars." As soon as he finished speaking, the next mission appeared on Han Zhao's interface. It was to destroy the altars near Stoneheart City. The mission introduction said that this was a form of submission, and they had to destroy an altar to gain the trust of the gathering point. "All right, I accept." Lanley was overjoyed. "Then, I will leave it to you all. Our Stoneheart City gathering point has limited manpower, and we can only send 8 magi to help you all. There is no need for that. Just him is enough." Han Xiao pointed at Tomar. Tomar, who was silently listening by the side, was a little surprised. However, he nodded his head resolutely. "I will do my best." Han Xiao nodded his head inwardly. Obtaining the talent was one of the goals, and the second goal was Tomar. This fellow possessed a low-grade luck glow and was a main character of Planet Nolwenn. Most of the missions had a follow-up effect. The players who had completed this mission had coincidentally returned to Planet Nolwenn a few versions later and discovered Tomar's deeds. After Vosamid's death, the Magi of Planet Nolwenn were finally free. Tomar became a famous magus and spent his entire life researching magic. He obtained groundbreaking results and left behind countless knowledge for the future generations. He had practically single-handedly raised the level of supers on Planet Nolwenn by a level. This was not an easy matter. For example, it was as if a person who had only received a junior high mathematics education managed to figure out the advanced mathematics of a university. In the progress of civilization, he could be said to be a great figure who had created a new era. In truth, many great figures in history were geniuses who were limited by the era. Tomar was such a person. His talent in magic was extremely outstanding, and he could be considered a rare genius on Planet Nolwenn. However, in such a backward place. If geniuses were not properly nurtured, no matter how outstanding their talent was, they would be wasted. Han Zhao's other goal was to kidnap Tomar and bring him into the army to nurture him. Talents were the most precious, and the more main characters under his command, the better. No matter how bad the situation was, they would be able to increase the luck of the army. The location that Lanley had given them was a cave hidden in the mountains. It was said that an altar was hidden there. The next morning, Han Zhao and the rest set off with Tomar. In order to accommodate Tomar's speed, they spent half a day before arriving at the cave. At this time, the sky had already turned dark. The group stood outside the cave, and a cold wind blew out from the entrance. It was as though the cave was breathing, and it was extremely eerie. Tomar shivered. Demonic spirits will appear at night, and their strength will be increased. It's best for us to set up camp outside and rest for the night. We will enter at noon tomorrow. There's no need for that. Han Zhao shook his head. The mission itself was not difficult for him, and he brought Hela and the rest into the cave. Tomar hesitated for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and following behind. The cave was winding, and a chilly wind blew. The deeper they went, the more obvious the eerie aura became. In the depths of the cave, the aura of the demonic spirits was no longer concealed, and faint murmurs could be heard from time to time. Tomar's forehead was filled with sweat, and his nerves were tense. He looked around nervously, afraid that a demonic spirit would suddenly jump out and give him a surprise. He held onto the magic potion by his waist tightly, and was prepared to throw it out at any moment. He was completely different from Han Zhao and the rest who were strolling leisurely. Why don't we return? Tomar's voice was trembling. Although you guys are great wizards, don't underestimate the enemy. There are at least 300 demonic spirits here, and it will be difficult for us to deal with them. The moment he finished speaking, a strange stone altar appeared in front of them. There were a few hundred candles that burned with green flames that did not extinguish. This is the place. Let's hurry up and destroy the altar before retreating. Tomar's tone was hurried, and he hurriedly threw out the magic potion. Right at this moment, a bone-piercing chill swept over, and a few hundred phantoms appeared in the surroundings. They stared coldly at the few of them and formed an encirclement. They are all demonic spirits. Tomar's eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat. However, before he could express his fear, all the eerie aura melted like snow under the sun. The few hundred demonic spirits did not even make a sound before they were all destroyed by Fu Ding's casual attack. The phantoms all disappeared, and Tomar's scream was stuck in his throat. His eyes were wide open. This scene had a huge impact on his worldview. What happened just now? Why were all the demonic spirits gone? Was the Grand Wizard so powerful? Let's just destroy this altar. Hela waved her hand, and a dark red aura swept out. With a bang, the entire altar turned into stone dust. A notification popped up on Han Zhao's interface, indicating that the second round of the mission had been completed. However, the moment the altar was destroyed, the cave started to tremble. Rumble. Black fog rose from the altar and formed a black whirlpool in midair. A wave of pressure could be felt from the whirlpool, and it was as though some kind of existence had descended. Tomar's hair stood on end, and he felt as though he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. An instinctive fear rose in his heart. It's the demonic spirit king. Tomar's throat tightened, and he was so frightened that he couldn't move. He could only let out a weak groan. In the next second, a sinister voice sounded from the whirlpool. It was filled with malice, and it seemed to have caused the entire cave to tremble. "You bunch of bugs, how dare you destroy my altar? You will pay the price." Han Zhao and the rest watched the demonic spirit king's performance expressionlessly. It's too late for regrets. I will devour your souls and turn you into a part of me. I will let you fall into the deepest darkness. Before he could finish acting cool, Phaidon muttered, acting all mysterious. He casually shot out a beam of telekinesis, and it was like a needle poking into a balloon. The Demon King let out a scream, as if it was leaking air, and then it went silent. The whirlpool in midair disappeared, and the trembling in the cave calmed down. All the abnormal phenomena disappeared, and it was as though nothing had happened. Oi, you didn't kill it, right? Han Xiao was a little worried. If the demonic spirit king was killed, would the mission be interrupted? I can kill it, but there is no need for that. Fu Ding rolled his eyes. You know me best. Han Xiao laughed and patted Tomar's shoulder. After saying that, Han Xiao turned around and called out to Tomar, who was standing there in a daze. The altar has been dealt with. Let's go back. Tomar tried his best to close his mouth and jump back. He stared at the few of them with a wary expression. Who are you people? Han Xiao raised his brows and said, I have already said that we are magi. Tomar had a look of disbelief on his face. Don't think that you can lie to me just because I am not well educated. You're definitely not magi, because magi are not that powerful. Tomar praised himself for his rationality. All right, since you have discovered me, I will tell you the truth. Han Xiao rolled his eyes, and an evil thought popped into his mind. He opened his arms, and his expression became solemn. Actually, we are gods. Hela and the other two nearly choked on their food. Wah, you are really shameless. When Tomar heard that, he had a look of disbelief. There are actually gods in this world? Could it be that those religions are telling the truth? I thought that they're all swindlers. To be able to kill hundreds of demonic spirits so easily, it seems that only gods are capable of such a feat. Tomar could not think of any other explanation. Facing a god, he was at a loss and did not know what to say. Han Xiao chuckled inwardly and pretended to be solemn. I am here for Vosamid. His actions have already gone against the laws of nature, and he will be punished. The natives of planet Nalwyn were all natives, and it was not difficult to fool them. This was not the first time that he had acted as a god. In the past, he had tried it in the Black Spirit race. Facing the natives of planet Nalwyn, it was not as believable as saying that they were gods. When Tomar heard that, his eyes lit up, and he had a look of agitation on his face. Seeing that, Han Xiao placed his hand on his lips and smiled. However, I hope that you can keep this a secret. It is best if you're the only one who knows that we are gods. After completing the mission, it will be time for him to kidnap Tomar. I understand. Tomar nodded his head like a chick pecking on rice. He originally wanted to tell the others in the gathering place, but since the god had personally made a request, there must be some difficulties. As such, he decided to keep this secret in his heart. Chapter 733. After destroying the first altar, they rested for a night in the wilderness before returning to Stoneheart City's gathering point. After knowing that the operation was so successful, Lon Li was extremely surprised. You guys succeeded so quickly. He had been leading the Stoneheart City's gathering point for many years and was extremely fearful of the demonic spirit army near the altar. Due to the lack of manpower, he did not dare to take the risk. He thought that Han Xiao and the rest would take at least 8 to 10 days to slowly clear the demonic spirits on the altar. However, Han Xiao's efficiency had greatly exceeded his expectations. When he saw that there were no casualties and that only Tomar looked as though he did not sleep well, Lonley was extremely curious about the details of their operation. I remember that there should be hundreds of demonic spirits there. How'd you guys do it? It's like this. Tomar gulped down his saliva and spoke first. When they were setting up camp last night, Fu Ding had given Tomar a weak spiritual hint. In addition, Han Xiao had asked Aurora to perform a few miracles. Thus, Tomar was completely convinced that Han Xiao and the other three were deities. Only he knew the truth about the deities. Tomar was so excited that he did not sleep at all last night. In order to fulfill his promise of concealing the identity of the deities, he thought hard for an entire night and came up with an excuse. He was waiting to report to Lonley today. After explaining everything, Tomar was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Lonley would notice something wrong. He did not know why the deities were concealing their identity, but he did not dare to take the risk. He was afraid that if his identity was exposed, the deities would leave. In that case, the gathering point would lose a huge amount of support. Seeing the fragments of the altar, Lonley did not suspect anything. After expressing his gratitude to Han Xiao and the rest, he hurriedly left and used his communication magic to report the situation to the other leaders. We managed to hide it. Tomar heaved a sigh of relief. You did well. Han Xiao nodded. Tomar was a little reserved. Although Han Xiao and the other three were amiable and were not as lofty as the deities described in the religious books, he still felt a lot of pressure. He carefully asked, Your Excellencies, I have a question that I do not know if I should ask. Go ahead. Actually, I have been curious since yesterday. Tomar stammered. Those mythological books said that the gods have their own names and authority. I wonder if you... Cough, cough, I don't know if this is an offense, but if it is, I hope that you can accept my apology. What he actually wanted to ask was if Han Xiao and the other three were the gods in the myths he had read. God's name. Han Xiao stroked his chin and smiled faintly. This is no secret. My god name is Black Star. Black Star. Tomar was perplexed. There was no such image in the myths that he knew. Han Xiao then pointed at Hela and Aurora. They're the god of death and the god of life, respectively. Hela was speechless. In the end, she could only allow Han Xiao to make fun of them. As for him, Han Xiao turned to look at Fu Ding, who had an expectant look on his face. He coughed and joked, This is the lucky Prince Charming. By the way, let me remind you that he is an androgynous god with no gender. Must you emphasize gender? Fu Ding had a helpless expression on his face. Tomar engraved this in his heart and quickly expressed his loyalty. I will spread your names and let the world know who the true gods are. I will let your glory spread across this land. Let's talk about it in the future. Han Xiao held back his laughter. When Tomar entered the universe, this might be his dark history. After completing the second round of the mission, it meant that they had obtained the trust of the Gathering Place. The Gathering Place placed great importance on Han Xiao and the other three new great wizards. In the following days, they gave them many missions, and they were all part of the mission. With his overwhelming strength and galactic technology, Han Xiao completed the chain mission with high efficiency. It included destroying the remaining 2 altars, clearing out the demonic spirits in many towns, killing one of Vosamid's lackeys, collecting rare materials, and so on. The spaceship could save a lot of time, and the scanning device could easily find rare materials in the entire continent. In just half a month, Han Xiao had solved all the problems that had troubled the Gathering Place for 50 years. The entire Gathering Place was stunned by Han Xiao's miraculous efficiency, and they almost thought that it was a miracle. Tomar had been painstakingly hiding the truth and did not reveal his identity as a god. However, following that, the upper echelons of the Gathering Place started to have suspicions. Some felt that the 4 of them were too successful, and they might be spies sent by Vosamid. They did not care about the losses and put on a show to lure everyone in the Gathering Place out. Woolies was the current leader of the Gathering Place, and he had the most suspicions toward Han Xiao and the other 3. However, he did not show it and only kept some secrets from Han Xiao and the others. His plan was to create a divine weapon that could go against Vosamid. The rare materials that Han Xiao had collected were the materials for the divine weapon, and he did not reveal this matter to Han Xiao and the other 3. This way, even if Han Xiao and the other 3 were spies sent by Vosamid, they would not know his true plan. He even made use of the other party's strength to gather the materials needed to create the divine weapon. In a secret location, all the materials were sent here, and Woolies and a few other upper echelons were secretly creating the divine weapon. The flames of the furnace lit up the dim room, and a few blacksmiths were forging the prototype of the divine weapon. Dang, dang, dang. The hammers continuously struck the iron felt, and sparks flew everywhere. The red-hot metal gradually changed shape. Woolies and the others continued to sprinkle potions, chant spells, and carve formations to complete the magic process. Very soon, they reached the final step, and the blacksmiths placed the divine weapon that was about to be completed into cold water. Chi! A large amount of water vapor was released, and after a long while, the blacksmiths fished out a twisted metal scepter from the cold water. It looked like a pitch-black vine, and many runes were carved on it. It's finally completed. The white sorcerer wand. Woolies excitedly picked up the wand. This was the divine weapon that the gathering place had always wanted to create. It could greatly increase the power of magic and was extremely effective against demonic spirit armies. It was the perfect counter to the demonic spirit necklace in Vosamede's hands. All the sorcerers present were overjoyed. With the white sorcerer wand, we will have the strength to deal with Vosamede head-on. Woolies gripped the wand tightly and said, "The existence of the wand must be kept a secret. We must not let Vosamede and the other 4 great sorcerers know about it. This is our strongest trump card, and we will be relying on it to kill Vosamede. After 50 years, we have finally welcomed the time for the final battle. Inform all the sorcerers in the gathering place that it is time to launch our counterattack." Woolie's fighting spirit burned fiercely. The chain mission had finally reached the penultimate phase. The requirement was to head to the capital of the Ocean Kingdom and gather with the sorcerers of the other gathering places. The next phase was to face the final boss, Vosamede, in the Ocean Kingdom's royal palace. In a secret courtyard in the capital, all the sorcerers of the gathering places gathered together. With Woolies as the leader, there were a total of 230 sorcerers. It was currently evening, and Woolies stood in front of everyone and gave the final speech. "Tonight is the final battle. We will pass through the guard line of the royal palace and attack the royal palace's mage hall. We will gather everyone's strength to kill Vosamede. Vosamede is at his weakest right now, and this is all thanks to the 4 great sorcerers who have just joined us." As he spoke, Woolies nodded toward Han Shao and the other 3. His eyes were filled with wariness. In his opinion, if the 4 of them were spies, they would definitely be exposed tonight. Woolies had already made his preparations and secretly ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on Han Shao and the other 3. Han Shao smiled and did not reply. When the final battle was held at night, the mission would reach the final phase, and they would have reaped some benefits. Tomar mixed in the crowd and clenched his fists in excitement. Or am I the only one who knows that they are gods? Night fell, and dark clouds covered the city. The sky was dark, and one could not even see one's own fingers. Seeing that the sky was favorable for the operation, Woolies did not hesitate and announced the start of the operation. More than 200 people quietly approached the royal palace and used magic potions to conceal their auras. They did not alarm the guards and quickly headed toward the royal palace's mage hall. Han Shao and the other 3 were mixed in the crowd, waiting for the final battle to begin. Their journey was extremely smooth, and more than 200 people gathered in the royal palace's mage hall. Woo! Right at this moment, the sound of the bugle horn could be heard. The doors of the royal court mage hall opened, and dozens of royal court mages walked out in a single file. They faced the 200 royal court mages from afar. In front of the royal court mages stood an eye-catching old man with an arrogant expression. He was Vosamede. Oomph. A bunch of rats with rotten teeth. I have been waiting for you guys for a long time. Vosamede looked at everyone with disdain and said calmly, "I've already discovered what you guys have done in the past half a month, but I could not be bothered with you. Do you guys really think that you can sneak into the capital without anyone noticing? I have been operating in the Ocean Aluan for 50 years, and my demonic spirit army is everywhere. The moment you guys entered the city, I already knew. Now, the royal palace's guards have already cut off your escape route and are surrounding this place. You guys will not be able to escape." As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out among the sorcerers. Woolies walked out from the crowd and said, "There is no need to panic. The number of royal palace's mage hall is less than a quarter of ours. Before the royal palace's guards arrive, we will be able to kill him." Vosamede suddenly laughed out loud and said with a mocking tone, "Woolies, is there something wrong with your brain? Have you forgotten what my strongest trump card is?" As he said that, Vosamede grabbed the silver necklace on his neck. The next moment, the temperature in the area plummeted and a chilly wind blew. Demonic spirits appeared one after another, and there were at least 1,000 of them surrounding everyone. A huge demonic spirit appeared beside Vosamede. It was the demonic spirit king. The 200 sorcerers could not help but take a step back and look at the demonic spirit army nervously. This was the reason why Vosamid had ruled the Magus world for 50 years. His demonic spirit necklace could create and control demonic spirits. Compared to the others who were panicking, Woolies was extremely confident. He secretly held the white sorcerer wand in his hands tightly. This was the nemesis of the demonic spirit army, and it was also the reason why he dared to start battle. You have a divine artifact, but so do I, Woolies sneered in his heart. At this moment, Woolies suddenly thought of Han Zhao's group of 4. He narrowed his eyes and dispelled the thought of using the white sorcerer wand. The divine artifact had to be used at the crucial moment, and Woolies was extremely wary of Han Zhao's group of 4. He secretly glanced at Han Zhao's group of 4 and made a decision. If the 4 of them are Vosamid's companions and want to do anything, I can use the white sorcerer wand to kill them. Woolies thought to himself. On the other side, Vosamid stroked his beard with a calm expression on his face, as though he had the situation in his hands as he continued with his performance. Do you know? Actually, I have never placed you in my eyes. If you had hidden well, I might have been willing to let you live. However, you just had to jump out from time to time to go against me. And you even wanted to kill me. Hee, your delusions are as unreachable as the stars in the sky, and your existences are as annoying as the flies in the toilet bowl. A bunch of rotting rats who have been hiding for 50 years. Do you really think that you could defeat me? Foolish to the extreme. As he said that, Vosamid's luxurious clothes fluttered without any wind, and powerful magic energy fluctuations burst out. In the eyes of Woolies and the other wizards, Vosamid's image seemed to have become a few stories tall, and the pressure from his life form suppressed their souls. What is that? Woolies and the others were startled, and their expressions changed drastically. There's an even stronger power above the grand wizard realm, and I have already used 50 years to take that step. Vosamid opened his arms and raised his voice with a proud smile on his face. Right now, I am a god. The 200 or so wizards were shocked, and even Woolies' heart skipped a beat. No, the situation has changed, and I can't keep a trump card to deal with the spy. I have to use the white sorcerer wand to heavily injure Vosamid. Otherwise, the others will suffer heavy casualties. Woolies could not help but hold onto the white sorcerer wand tightly and silently chanted an incantation, preparing to use this divine artifact. Vosamid clearly did not understand that a villain would die from talking too much, and he was still intoxicated by the feeling of having the situation in his hands. He stretched out his finger and pointed at everyone. His gaze was like a giant looking at ants. All of you know nothing about true power. As soon as he said that, Woolies finished his preparation. His eyes narrowed, and he was about to use the white sorcerer wand to deal the strongest blow to Vosamid. Right at this moment, a psionic cannon shot out from the crowd and struck Vosamid's arrogant face. It was so fast that he could not even think of dodging. Bang! The beam disappeared in an instant, and Vosamid's head disappeared without a trace. Only his charred neck was left. His headless body swayed a few times before falling to the ground. At this moment, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies, everyone was stunned. Everyone stared at Vosamid's headless corpse with shock on their faces. Their brains were unable to process what had happened in front of them. No one dared to believe their eyes, and they could not help but feel as though they were falling from a high altitude. The difference in their mentality was as though they had jumped off a cliff. Wait, Vosamid is dead? He died just like that? Woolie's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Could it be that I killed him? That's not right. I haven't used my divine equipment yet. Everyone thought about the direction where the beam of light came from and turned to look at Han Zhao's group of 4. The wizards beside the 4 of them subconsciously moved aside, revealing the 4 of them. Done. Han Zhao ignored everyone's shocked gazes, put down his hand, and opened the interface with satisfaction. Just a moment ago, the mission had finally entered the final phase. Without any hesitation, he blasted Vosamid's head off with a single blast. That fellow acted as though he was very powerful, but he was actually just a grade C super. With a single blast, there was no need for any fancy tricks. The wizard's presence stared at Han Zhao's group of 4 in a daze, and before they could react, a sudden change occurred. Who? The moment Vosamid died, the demonic spirits lost control and suddenly went berserk. They let out mournful roars and spread out in all directions, pouncing toward all the living beings. Over 200 wizards regained their senses and hurriedly prepared to face the enemy. However, right at this moment, everyone clearly saw Fu Ding, who was beside Han Xiao, pressing his finger on his forehead and releasing a formless white light. The white light swept through the entire battlefield, and the demonic spirits crumbled upon contact. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 demonic spirits, including the demonic spirit king, were annihilated like snow melting under the sun. This time, everyone saw it clearly, and they froze on the spot with looks of disbelief on their faces. What kind of power is this? So, Vosamid was really killed by the 4 of them? Furthermore, it was an instant kill? Pah! The light witchcraft wand in his hand fell to the ground, and Wuli's lips trembled with disbelief. He had made many guesses about what would happen tonight, but he could never have guessed the current situation. In his opinion, the 4 of them could be enemy spies, but they actually possessed such terrifying power and killed the leader of the enemy, Vosamid, in an instant. The white sorcerer wand that he had spent so much effort to create was completely useless. You guys, who are you? Wooly stared at Han Zhao's group of 4, and his eyes were bloodshot as he spoke with difficulty. His question was also the question that everyone present was shouting in their hearts. Vosamid had ruled the Magus world for 50 years, but he was actually killed by 4 unknown monastics so easily. From the looks of it, it was even easier than stepping on a bug. This caused the 200 or so magi in the gathering hall to feel an incomparable sense of defeat. Woolies was the one who felt it the most. This scene made him feel that his 50 years of perseverance were completely meaningless. Han Xiao raised his brows and did not reply. Instead, he turned to look at Tomar. From the start, Tomar was so excited that he almost peed his pants. From the start to the end, he was the only one who had been staring at the actions of Han Zhao's group of 4. At this moment, when he saw Han Xiao looking over, Tomar suddenly understood what was going on. The next moment, he stepped out from the crowd and spoke loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Now that things have come to this, there is no longer anything to hide. I've always known their identities. They're gods, real gods. Only the gods have such power. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression froze, and they were dumbfounded. God, spirit. This answer had exceeded everyone's expectations, and even their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Everyone present felt as if their worldview had been lifted up by someone and thrown to the ground forcefully, shattering into smithereens. Chapter 734. After witnessing the performance of the 4 of them, everyone started to believe that they were gods. This seemed to be the only explanation for their unprecedented strength. Ta-da-ta! Just when everyone was in a daze, the royal guards of the Ocean Kingdom arrived. They were originally following Vosamid's orders to surround the wizards in the gathering center. However, Vosamid was already dead, and the royal mages were also frightened by the 4 deities, to the point that they lost the courage to resist. Vosamid's subordinates surrendered one after another, and the leader of the royal guards was in disbelief when he learned that Vosamid had died. However, after confirming that there was no mistake with the corpse, he was overjoyed. Vosamid was not supported by ordinary people, and many wished for him to die. However, none of them had the ability to kill him. Thus, Vosamid's death was a piece of good news for some people. The leader of the royal guards initially thought that it was the mages of the assembly who killed Vosamid. However, the truth from the mouth of the wizards gave him a shock, and he could not help but size up the 4 gods with respect and suspicion in his eyes. He then hurriedly sent his subordinates to inform the king. At this moment, the night was dark and the atmosphere was strange. Almost everyone was sizing up the four of them. Han Xiao did not care about the reactions of the people around him and only focused on looking at the mission completion on his interface. After completing the chain mission, the Demon King of Planet Nollan, he had finally obtained the talent reward. Plus 20 mental resistance to Spirit Lock. Duration of all negative mental effects reduced by 10%. When receiving a mental attack, you have 18 to 34% chances of being immune to the attack. When the immunity takes effect, there is a cooldown of 30 minutes before the next immunity can be triggered. Together with my advanced mental toughness, my mental resistance is increased by a total of 55%. Compared to my resistance, this immunity effect can be used in some situations, Han Xiao nodded. Although the cooldown time was very long, and it could only be triggered once in a battle, and it couldn't be controlled by the user, it was still a very useful ability. If he had this talent when facing Cisco's psychic weapon, he might be able to be immune to a beyond grade mental attack. The probability of triggering the immunity effect was at least 18%. Even if his luck was slightly lower, it was still barely acceptable. Han Xiao was already used to seeing the lower limit of the probability at first glance. At this time, Tomar had already informed everyone about the divine names of Han Xiao and the other three. Woolies brought everyone in front of Han Xiao, and his expression was uneasy. It was as though he didn't know how to communicate with a divine being. This was the first time he had come into contact with a divine being that surpassed his level of existence, and his heart was filled with fear and trepidation. Sirs, deities, I represent all magi to thank you for getting rid of Vosamid. If you have any requests, I will do my best to fulfill them. Han Xiao kept his interface and looked at the nervous crowd. With a smile, he said, I do have a request. Tomar is the missionary that I have chosen, and I will bring him to Scandinavia. A missionary of the gods. Everyone turned to look at Tomar. Their eyes were filled with envy, astonishment, and all sorts of emotions. Tomar opened his mouth wide, and his mind went blank. He pointed at himself in disbelief and stuttered. What does this mean? It means that I will bring you to the world of the gods. Han Xiao continued to act and asked, Are you willing? Tomar was so shocked that he couldn't speak coherently. A few words came out of his mouth, and he nodded his head frantically. It was as though he was testing if he could break his neck. Wooly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was filled with curiosity toward the divine being in Scandinavia. However, he didn't know the personality of the divine being and didn't dare to ask. Right at this time, the soldier that went to inform the king finally returned and reported the situation to the leader of the royal guards. Following which, the leader of the royal guards came before Han Xiao and the others with a respectful expression. For deities, Your Excellency Woolies, Your Excellency Tomar, His Majesty wishes to meet with all of you. Woolies did not reply but turned to look at Han Xiao. Clearly, he knew that the king wanted to meet the divine beings. Han Xiao thought for a while before nodding and agreeing to the invitation. It wouldn't take much time for them to meet the king of the natives, and it could also dispel Tomar's worries. Upon seeing this, Woolies and Tomar agreed as well. Everyone, please follow me. The leader of the royal guards was overjoyed and brought the 6 of them to the main hall. The king of the Ocean Kingdom had already put on his royal attire and was about to meet everyone. Facing a being that seemed to be a divine being, the king of the Ocean Kingdom tried his best to appear dignified. This was the first time he came into contact with a divine being, and he didn't wish to tarnish the kingdom's glory. However, his fat belly had ruined his attempts. When he saw that Han Xiao and the others were disguised as Nalans, the nervousness in his heart dissipated. At the very least, the appearance of the divine being was familiar. Honorable divine being, I welcome all of you on behalf of the Ocean Kingdom. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but please allow me to ask, what exactly are divine beings, and what is your goal? Even if I tell you, you won't be able to understand our level of existence. Han Xiao raised his brows and continued. As for our goal, our first goal is to eliminate Vosamid and that has already been accomplished. Our second goal is to choose a missionary, and Tomar is my candidate." The king of the Ocean Kingdom took a look at Tomar and memorized his appearance. "In that case, the four of you wish to spread your religion." "Oh, you can understand it that way." Han Shao nodded. This was a more convenient reason. The eyes of the king of the Ocean Kingdom lit up. He felt that he had grasped the need of the divine being. "Since that's the case, if the four of you are able to perform miracles and protect the Ocean Kingdom, I am willing to establish a religion that belongs to you and mobilize all the citizens of the kingdom to become your believers." Han Shao narrowed his eyes and wasn't too surprised. To a backward civilization, knowing the existence of the divine being was equivalent to a chance to reshape the structure of their society. In their eyes, the help of the divine being was more important than the development of technology. He could predict that through his influence, the development of planet Nolwenn would change, and the religious authority would start to interfere with politics. There was a high chance that a political system would be formed. Right at this moment, a new mission popped up on his interface. "Perform Miracles Mission Introduction. The native government of planet Nolwenn regards you as a divine being and wishes for you to perform miracles. Perhaps you will leave your footprints in the history of this civilization. Mission requirements. Perform a miracle that will make the king of the Ocean Kingdom gasp in shock. Reward, 300 experience, 1 planet legendary point." Oh my, there's still a side mission. Han Shao was pleasantly surprised. In his previous life, in order to obtain legendary points, the players in the later versions would occasionally go to backward civilizations to perform miracles. Leaving one's name in the history of civilization was also a way to obtain legendary points. Since he could obtain legendary points, Han Shao didn't mind completing this mission. Glancing at the expectant expressions of the king, Euless, and Tomar, Han Shao pondered for a while before waving his hand. Nanoparticles formed countless carving knives and quickly carved a map on the wall of the palace. "What are you doing?" The king of the Ocean Kingdom was stunned. He thought that the miracle would be very shocking, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. "This is the original appearance of the world that you are in, and the map of the entire world," Han Shao said slowly. The map on the wall was the one that Philip had created. The king of the Ocean Kingdom was shocked. He quickly looked at the map carefully and exclaimed, "The Earth is actually round?" Even Euless and Tomar had shocked expressions on their faces. Currently, planet Nolwenn only occupied one continent and had not explored the entire world. People didn't even know that the planet under their feet was a sphere. "Wait a minute, there are 2 other continents outside of our continent." The king of the Ocean Kingdom saw the key point and held his breath. The Ocean Kingdom was only one of the kingdoms on planet Nolwenn. There were other kingdoms competing with them. If the other 2 uninhabited continents really existed, the kingdom would be able to take the initiative and set foot on the other 2 continents to expand according to this map. When he thought of the possibility of expanding his territory, the king of the Ocean Kingdom was so excited that he could almost hear his heart beating loudly. Suddenly, the king of the Ocean Kingdom realized that this map might not be correct. This was because he had no way of knowing the true appearance of the world. Even if this was a lie from the gods, he couldn't expose it. The king of the Ocean Kingdom couldn't help but have doubts. He coughed and asked carefully, "Dear God, how can I verify the authenticity of this map? We are all insignificant mortals. We don't have the ability to cross the ocean outside of this continent to explore the world. The mission hasn't been completed yet." Han Shao frowned slightly and quickly relaxed. He thought about it and said, "That's right. Then I'll let you see it for yourself." "See it for myself?" The king of the Ocean Kingdom was stunned. Before he could react, Han Shao grabbed his shoulder and formed a life-saving shield for him with nanoparticles. Bang! In the next second, Han Shao grabbed him and soared into the sky, smashing through the dome of the palace. They rose rapidly and soon reached the edge of the atmosphere. From here, they could barely see half of the planet. "There, do you see it? The world is round, and the 2 continents are there," Han Shao said casually and turned to look at the king of the Ocean Kingdom. He saw that the king was so scared that his face was pale. His eyes were blank, and his whole body was numb. It was as if he had lost the ability to react to the outside world. It seems like it's too exciting for him. Helplessly shaking his head, Han Shao brought him back to the palace. The whole process took less than a minute. When Han Shao took off, Woolies and Tomar were already dumbfounded. Seeing the two of them return, the two of them were dumbfounded. They finally understood that they had underestimated the strength of the gods. The strength of the gods was not something that they could understand. Han Shao gave the king of the ocean kingdom a dose of refreshment. Only then did the king come back to his senses. His legs went soft, and he sat on the ground, unable to maintain his dignity. He stared at Han Shao in shock, unable to say a word. Before this, he still had some doubts about the identities of the four gods, but now he no longer had any doubts. His bladder, which was on the verge of incontinence, replaced his brain, allowing his body to remember the fact that gods were omnipotent. Do you believe it now? Han Shao laughed. I believe it, I believe it. The king of the ocean kingdom nodded. In addition to respect, there was fanaticism and piety in his eyes. This was a miracle. At this moment, he felt that he had finally found his faith. A notification popped up on Han Zhao's interface. The mission of displaying a miracle had been completed, and he had obtained one legendary point. He had obtained an additional legendary point. Han Shao smiled inwardly. After the king of the ocean kingdom promised to establish a religion for the four of them, Han Shao and the rest left the palace, disappearing from everyone's sight. As for Tomar, he had become a member of the group. He had already agreed to follow Han Shao to the kingdom of God. He was a typical orphan-type protagonist, and he had no attachments. Thus, he left in a carefree manner. Han Shao felt that bringing Tomar along with him was a good thing for the planet Nolwenn. Tomar was the first person from the planet Nolwenn to enter the universe, just like himself. As for Tomar, he was a complete native, and it was a good opportunity for him to see the world and understand the true appearance of the universe. After he received systematic nurturing and unleashed his talent to the greatest extent, he would be able to use the resources he obtained from the universe to nourish the planet Nolwenn. The benefits he would bring to the mother planet would far surpass what he had achieved in his previous life. The mission had already ended, and Han Shao did not stay on the planet Nolwenn for long. He brought everyone onto the spaceship and left the planet. Tomar was curious about everything on the spaceship. At the same time, he felt a little lost. He felt that the image of a god was different from what he had imagined. Han Shao directly threw him to Fu Ding, allowing Fu Ding to complete the initial education. He returned to his room alone and looked through the information that he had accumulated over the past half a month. After skimming through the daily affairs of the army, Han Shao looked through his communicator and suddenly found a message from Hereful. They had not contacted each other for 7 years, and Han Shao was somewhat curious as to why Hereful was looking for him. However, after taking a look, his expression changed. The message was short, but the content caused his heart to tremble. There was a sentence written without any head or tail. Chapter 735. Why did you suddenly mention ES God? Han Shao frowned. Back then, when they were attacked by ES God's doppelganger, it was Hereful who fought alongside him. Since Hereful brought this up again after 7 years, something must have happened. Without any hesitation, Han Shao sent a message to Hereful, asking for his opinion. However, after waiting for a long time, Hereful did not reply. Han Shao suddenly had a bad feeling. He summoned Philip and said with a deep voice, "Search for the keyword, Hereful, and filter out the abnormal entries." Philip hummed and diligently searched online, quickly completing the task. Master, a few days ago, many news channels of the Tyla civilization reported the death of Hereful. Died a few days ago? Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Show it to me. Philip heard and played the relevant news. After watching it, Han Shao finally understood what had happened. Just a few days ago, Hereful had been attacked in the Tyla civilization's official machinery school and had been kidnapped in front of everyone. The 3 Calamity-grade supers working in the school could not stop the kidnappers, and the kidnappers left. Hariful's body was only discovered a day later, and the message that Hariful had left for him was the message he had sent before he died. The news stated that the Tyla civilization had confirmed the identity of one of the kidnappers through clues and announced a bounty. Han Xiao opened the bounty information and saw a picture of a pale man. Orozin, blood race, a wanted criminal from 60 years ago. Han Xiao murmured. He did not know this guy. However, after connecting the dots with Hariful's message, the answer was very clear. This guy named Orozin was most likely a subordinate of Yes God. Why did they attack Hariful? Han Xiao frowned. The way he saw it, Yes God had only crossed paths with them in the battle 7 years ago. Could it be that Es God was so petty that he sent his subordinates to take revenge on them because his doppelganger was schemed against? He felt that this was the only reason that made sense. However, Es God was a lunatic, and the actions of a lunatic could not be judged by common sense. Han Xiao did not know if Es God was aware of his current strength. If Es God only sent out calamity-grade subordinates, it would basically be sending him to his death. Since even his doppelganger was defeated by him, Es God could not count on calamity-grade subordinates for revenge. As he thought about it, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. In that case, this group of people might have a trump card similar to the Dark Star leader that can summon Es God's doppelganger. If that was the case, then it would be a little tricky back then. They had banished Es God because of the terrain advantage and Hariful's help. However, they did not have such conditions now. My strength is no longer the same as before. I've broken through level 220 and completed my promotion. My health is almost twice what it was 7 years ago. Furthermore, I have the Void Star Pursuer talent, which greatly increases my defense. Even if I face Es God's doppelganger head-on, I won't be as passive as I was 7 years ago. If it's just a doppelganger, Es God might not be able to threaten my life. With Aurora's potion, it's like I have a few more lives. Han Zhao's brain quickly analyzed the situation and realized that the situation was not that bad. He heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, version 30 had already started, and he had obtained enough experience from the leaks to complete a transformation. His self-defense ability had increased a lot. If he was still at the strength he was 7 years ago, Es God's revenge would indeed be a threat to him. After carefully reading Hariful's death message again, Han Xiao sighed and could only mourn for this old acquaintance who had once fought side by side with him. At this time, a new mission popped up on the interface. You have triggered the Grade A bounty mission, Hariful's Revenge. Mission Introduction. Hariful was an important member of the Tyla civilization and was accidentally killed. The murderer caused an extremely negative impact, and the Tyla civilization has issued a bounty. As long as you can avenge Hariful, you will receive a huge reward. Mission requirements. Capture or kill bounty target Orozin alive. Reward. 23,600 EXP, 800 Aina's bounty, plus 1,800 Tyla civilization favorability. Whoa! To the players of version 30, the difficulty of this mission is already beyond their level. No wonder the reward is so generous. Han Xiao was speechless. The players of version 30 basically did not have the ability to complete this mission. This was at least 2 or 3 versions later. However, bounty missions were not limited to versions, and many experts had bounties from civilizations or the black market. Even the current players could accept Calamity Grade, or even beyond Grade A bounty missions, but it was impossible to complete them. For example, Han Xiao himself, many organizations in the Shattered Star Ring had secretly issued a bounty for him on the black market. The total bounty was about 92 million Ainas, which was an astronomical bounty that even the super galactic pirates could not match. However, most bounty hunters knew their limits and would not accept such a suicidal mission. The request is to avenge Hariful, Han Xiao pondered. There's no need to waste energy tracking a wanted criminal. This is the job of the Tyla civilization, and a star cluster civilization has more resources to track the murderer. If I go alone, it will be like finding a needle in a haystack. If Es God's subordinates want revenge, they will most likely come to me. I'll just wait for them to come. After pondering for a while, Han Xiao had a plan. He was not prepared to disrupt his rhythm of gaining talents because of this mission. It was fine if ES God's subordinates did not come, but if they really came to deal with him, he would not mind getting rid of the mission target. On this point, he was quite confident. After all, the outside world did not know that he had made another breakthrough in his strength. It could be said that the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. Based on his experience from 7 years ago, his current combat strength could barely handle the pressure from ES God's doppelganger. Of course, confidence was one thing, but Han Technician's vigilance would not decrease because of this. I still have to be careful, lest I fail miserably at the same time somewhere in the Shattered Star Ring. 3 arc of light spaceships were slowly traveling through a meteorite belt in stealth mode. There were traces of battle on the bodies of the spaceships, and the nanomachines were repairing the outer armor. Inside the main spaceship, Colin, Orozen, and the others were looking at the data records of a wormhole detector. This was an instrument they had obtained from Hereful, and it contained many years of wormhole research data. One of the data was the data of ES God's doppelganger falling into the wormhole 7 years ago. The dates match. His Excellency ES God wants this set of data. Orozen grinned, revealing a few fangs. The memories I read are indeed correct. Orozen's Esper ability was the rare species enhancement, which strengthened his race talent as a blood race. He had the ability to suck blood and read the target's memories. This group of people did not kidnap Hereful to torture him, but to let Orozen suck his blood to obtain the information they wanted. The cause of Hereful's death was being sucked dry. Colin coldly said, "However, because of your stupidity, the Tyla civilization discovered your identity. Now, an entire star cluster civilization is chasing after us. After some time, they might find out that we are members of the Fallen Arkansas. If not for the fact that you are still somewhat useful, I would really want to kill a piece of trash like you." Orozen did not mind. He leaned against the sofa, crossed his legs, and lazily said, "So what? The Tyla civilization won't be able to catch up to our spaceship. Furthermore, this is the Shattered Star Ring, not the central galaxy ruled by the 3 universal civilizations. Is there need to be so cautious? Why don't we just have fun? For organizations in such a remote star field, even if they know our identity, what can they do? Do they have the ability to go to the central galaxy to deal with the Fallen Ark? Furthermore, even if they really dare to go, they will be crushed to death by His Excellency ES God." Colin snorted coldly. "If there are any accidents, I will make you pay the price. Instead of worrying about such a small matter, why don't we send the data back first?" Orozen shrugged and chuckled. Hearing that, Colin no longer worried about their whereabouts being exposed. Through the ultra-long-distance quantum communication device, he sent the wormhole data back to the Fallen Arkansas. This way, the first mission given to them by His Excellency ES God was completed. Colin was quite satisfied with his efficiency. They had planned for more than half a month, and they had successfully kidnapped Hereful and obtained the data immediately. The operation was very smooth. Since they had the data, there was no need to find trouble with Black Star anymore. This team had 3 doppelgangers of ES God, and they all had different abilities. Colin did not want to waste any of them on Black Star. They were all important trump cards that ES God had given them to steal the Evolution Cube. Stealing the Evolution Cube from Cisco was the most important mission of this trip. In comparison, kidnapping Hereful was not difficult at all. Colin clapped his hands and said with a deep voice, "The data has been sent back. It's time to get down to business. Cisco is a beyond grade A, after all. We need a detailed plan and wait for the right time to act." The 3 spaceships turned and headed toward the star system that Cisco was in. In the desolate universe belt outside the Central Star Sea, the Fallen Ark fleet was resting in a secret location. In the main ship, an officer woke up the sleeping ES God. "Your Excellency ES God, the team we sent to the Shattered Star Ring has sent back news. They have obtained the data you wanted." Hearing this, ES God woke up, and the black vortex under his hood turned into a face. He revealed an inexplicable smile and spoke with a hoarse voice. Very good, very good. Let the research consortium analyze this set of wormhole data and find the place where the other end of the wormhole was connected to. I want to know the coordinates of that area in the universe. Understood. Let me think. That's right. I asked them to bring the evolution cube back. Did they succeed? They did not send back any news about this. They should still be on the move. E.S. God nodded slowly and muttered to himself. I finally found the whereabouts of the evolution cube. The arcane church has been looking for it for so long, but they will not know that the records of the evolutionary civilization have always been in my hands. I am the heir of the evolution cube, and it can help me complete a higher level of transformation. Cisco does not have the right to have such a treasure. Chapter 736. WW. XX by. Chapter 737. Because planet Macipher was not a colonial planet, but a neutral industrial planet, there are only 5 cities on the surface, 1 main city, and 4 satellite cities. Han Shao landed in the largest main city, Delta. Looking down from the sky, the cities of planet Macipher had a very strong industrial style, mainly with huge spaceship factories. Some places even directly assembled large spaceships in the open, and the skeletons of these spaceships could be seen directly from the sky. This planet did not have any real residences, only dormitories for mechanics and entertainment facilities, as well as various hotels for galactic travelers. In the center of the city was a conch-shaped mechanical floating city, which was the headquarters of giant soldier builder Serene. The entire city was shaped like a spiral, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. At the bottom of the floating city were 16 240-meter-tall sentinel mechanical giant soldiers that were in hibernation mode. As long as they were attacked, they would automatically activate and attack the invaders. The 3 branches of the mechanic class had their own specializations. Sardine was obviously a grade A mechanic of the armed class, and he specialized in building powerful mechanical giant soldiers. Han Shao was a virtual mechanic, and he specialized in turning other people's machines into his own shape, allowing other mechanics to feel his broad AI. There were 8 surface ports in the main city of planet Macipher, and the spaceship landed at the 3rd port according to the ground instructions. After entering the hangar, Han Shao went through the simple procedures and brought the disguised Hela and the other 2 out of the port, blending into the crowd, leaving the port and entering the city. Whoosh! The streets were filled with creatures of various races. There were short Nilons, tall stone giants, and even some arthropods. They were all galactic residents from different star clusters. Some were hawking, some were discussing where to have fun, and the galactic translator allowed them to communicate with each other. There was a lot of noise, and it was a bustling galactic scene. It's so lively here. They're all neutral planets, so why is Floating Dragon so quiet? Aurora looked around curiously. Because Floating Dragon doesn't have any special industries, and it's not friendly to foreign financial groups. Han Shao shook his head with a smile. Regions with beyond grade A supers were always very popular. Floating Dragon Island's poor management was completely due to a problem with their strategy. IMS did not want to develop it properly at all. Furthermore, in terms of territory, planet Macipher was purely an industrial planet, while Floating Dragon Island was AIM's home. The management and openness of the 2 were different. With Sardine's strength, he was qualified to be a big boss. At the same time, he was a mechanic with superior technology and was good at attracting investors. Therefore, it was very easy for him to make a territory prosperous. Who? At this time, the sound of an energy jet could be heard in the sky. The J-men looked up and saw a formation of mechanical guards flying over their heads. This was the armed force that Sardine used to maintain law and order, as well as his own mechanical army. Opening a neutral planet is quite profitable. Although my Black Star Corps is a higher-level organization, opening a neutral industrial planet doesn't seem like a bad idea. It can attract leaks. But but I'll have to wait until the secret war is over. Han Xiao stroked his chin and thought about the expansion of the army's business. Black Star's identity was quite well known in the Shattered Star Ring. Luckily, he had disguised himself, so no one recognized him along the way. The group switched to a hovering vehicle and arrived at a shipyard in the center of the main city. This shipyard was extremely large and majestic. Han Xiao and the J-Men stopped outside the gate and looked up at the floating signboard. Cornerstone Summit Corporation was written on it in the galactic language. This was one of the most reputable shipyards on planet Macipher. This is the place. Han Xiao nodded and turned on his communicator. On the screen was the recruitment notice for the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. For a mechanic to be recruited in such a large shipyard, the minimum requirement was to be Grade C or have a mechanic technician certificate issued by a star system civilization. This was like the minimum education required by a company. Han Xiao did not have a mechanic's working certificate. That was something that only supers who specialized in research and lifestyle would need. In essence, it was for the convenience of those who did not like to fight and kill. He did not need to take such a test. Furthermore, with his grade, he did not even need to take the test to get the certificate. Supers had extraordinary strength. Some of them used this strength to carry out violence, such as galactic pirates, mercenaries, and bounty hunters. Others used this ability to produce. The 5 types of supers were also very important in the galactic society. Among them, the mechanic and mage classes were the most popular. Some espers with special abilities were also in good demand. Psychics were suitable for psychological adjustment, reconnaissance, and so on. Only pugilists had very bleak employment prospects because pugilists were the best at manual labor. Robots could also do this kind of work, and it was much cheaper. After all, who would hire pugilists to do manual labor? The J-Men walked into the shipyard. There were many customers in the reception hall. They were all there to order spaceships and were using the self-service C-screen in the hall to browse the spaceship models they wanted. Han Xiao exhaled and carefully controlled the mechanical force in his body. He was afraid that too much S would reveal his grade A. A stream of mechanical force shot out from his fingertip and hit the probe. Luke looked at the test results, and his expression changed. His tone became enthusiastic. "You're a grade B+ mechanic? Seems like it's still a little high." Han Xiao sighed. Grade B+ supers were basically the top talents that the shipyard could recruit. Grade A supers were not common. Although calamity grades were common in the Secret War, Grade A supers were rarely seen in the galaxy. It was even more impossible for them to come to an ordinary shipyard to apply for a job. "Do you need any more tests?" "No need, no need. We will directly give you the position of senior engineer and pay. This is the treatment you deserve at your level." Luke was very enthusiastic. In the corporation, Grade B was the prerequisite to becoming a senior engineer. One would also need to accumulate contributions, but Grade B+ could directly become a senior engineer. "Please wait a moment. I'll get the upper echelons to discuss with you directly." Then, he turned around and reported the situation to the upper echelons. He then warmly brought Han Xiao to tour the various areas of the shipyard. Not long after, the upper echelons of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation arrived and sincerely discussed the benefits. Han Xiao was mainly there for the talent, and the two parties quickly signed a 2-year contract. There were also some clauses that stated that the blueprints could not be leaked. Of course, Han Xiao did not intend to abide by the contract. He signed the contract as Barn and was prepared to leave after obtaining the talent. Even if his real identity was exposed one day, with his position in the galaxy, how would a mere shipyard dare to hold him accountable for breaking the contract? Furthermore, he did not intend to harm the interests of others. He was a peak calamity grade super, so what were they going to do? After the contract was signed, Luke smiled and shook hands with Han Xiao. "The Cornerstone Summit Corporation warmly welcomes you to join us. I wish us a happy cooperation." Han Xiao nodded and said, "What project do I need to be in charge of?" It's like this. The corporation recently received a high-level order from a huge customer. The other party provided the blueprints and requested that we build a rare battleship in batches. Our production line is unable to produce a portion of the parts that require high technology. The blueprints for these parts are extremely complicated, and only grade B mechanics can learn how to build them. Thus, we used many senior engineers, but the progress is not ideal, I understand. My job is to build some parts. Han Xiao nodded. Yes, I'll first arrange your accommodation before giving you the blueprints for a portion of the parts. You should have 5 days of free time to learn the blueprints. After that, you can borrow the corporation's factory to build the parts. Every senior engineer has a mission quota, and since you're new to the project, the deadline might be a little tight, Luke explained. There's no need for 5 days. As long as you give me the blueprints, I'll be able to learn them in a second. Han Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Furthermore, with the manufacturing ability of a calamity grade, building spaceship parts in batches would be child's play. Engineer, mission introduction. The first rule of a mechanic's work. A mechanic's career is incomplete if they do not cheat other people's resources for themselves. The mission has finally been triggered. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Although the name of this talent was a little lame, the effect was not bad. The number of talents that could strengthen one's main class had always been very high. He currently had a total of 13 mechanic talents. Energy modification, machinery analytical comprehension, virtual technology mastery, machinery theory summary, ordnance mass production, flexible weapon application, super electromagnetic induction, basic mechanical sense, assembly line manufacturing expert, advanced mechanical suit pilot, machinery truth mastery, mechanical force sublimation, apostle T. Most of them were obtained from his main class. The various mechanical specialties gave him a significant boost when stacked together. Many a little makes a mickle. For the next half of the day, Luke accompanied Han Xiao to understand the area of the shipyard. At night, his accommodation was finally arranged. He would be staying in a high-class dormitory within the corporation. Hela and the other two had been acting as his bodyguards, so they also moved in together. After the room was tidied up, Aurora could not help but ask, "Uncle, do you have some other motive for staying here to work?" Oh, Han Xiao was curious. "You actually want to steal the trade secrets and the blueprints here, right?" Aurora's tone was excited, and she had a guessed-it-right expression on her face. "You're thinking too much. I don't need to do something so lame." Han Xiao smirked. "I can just buy whatever blueprints I want. I'm not poor." "Black Star, are we really going to stay here for 2 years?" Fu Ding suddenly asked. "Of course not. What are you thinking?" Han Xiao sighed helplessly. Fu Ding sighed. "We've been following you around for the past 3 months. You said that it was for a different life and to see more things, but I really can't think of how this will help you break through to beyond grade A." Han Xiao had no choice but to find an excuse. "I've been fighting for 7 years, and I haven't made any progress. Maybe if I relax, I'll gain something different." Fu Ding sighed. "In any case, you have to know that you don't have much time left. If you really can't break through, you have to make plans early. Whether it's to ask the Dragon Emperor for help or to escape from the Shattered Star Ring, you have to have a plan. You make it sound like I'm about to die. If only you were Loggy." This time, the doorbell rang, and Luke walked in with a thick stack of blueprints. He placed them on the table, chatted casually, and left. These were the blueprints of the 3 components. In order to prevent the technology of the entire spaceship from being leaked, every senior engineer had received the blueprints of different components and was responsible for the production of different parts. Han Xiao spent 10 seconds to quickly scan through the blueprints. The blueprints of the 3 components were recognized by the interface, and a skill was generated. He completely grasped them. The technology level of these 3 components is a little high. Normal spaceships don't need these 3 components. Only extremely large spaceships need them. Han Xiao was suddenly stunned. It seemed like only spaceships with star cluster level technology would need these 3 components connecting all these factors. Could it be that the Cornerstone Summit Corporation had received an order to build a star cluster level flagship? Just like the Amethyst Civilization's star diamond level flagship? That was a manufacturing process that even star cluster level civilizations had to keep secret. Chapter 738. The next day, Han Shao arrived at the shipyard early in the morning and prepared to build the spaceship components that the corporation had given him. In order to keep his secret, the blueprint of the spaceship would be split into various components for different senior engineers to build. The core components would be handled by the people under the corporation, and an external engineer like him would not be involved in such a large order. However, the Cornerstone Summit Corporation had considered the time limit and the fact that he was grade B+, so they could not wait to pull him into the plan. However, the blueprint of the core components would not be given to him. The three components that Han Shao was in charge of had high technical requirements, but were not crucial. As they were custom-made, the corporation did not have the corresponding production line, so the senior engineers came in handy. He originally did not plan to steal the blueprint, but if it was a star cluster flagship, how could a mechanics matter be considered stealing? He planned to use the virtual technology to let Philip infiltrate the database of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation and steal the basic framework of the Star Cluster flagship. The virtual security engineer hired by the Cornerstone Summit Corporation was like a little brother to him. How infuriating would it be if he could sneak into someone else's house like a thief and not be discovered? Most of the blueprints of the key components were stored in paper form. Although this method was primitive, it would never be outdated. After all, virtual mechanics were the missionaries of universal love and were notorious. No one would want their database to be spoiled by others every day. The Cornerstone Summit Corporation was in a rush, and his manufacturing speed was his advantage. As long as he completed the targets in his hands quickly, the corporation would give him more blueprints for him to manufacture. At the same time, he would also accumulate the progress of his talent mission. As long as he found a way to steal the remaining secret blueprints, he would be able to complete the blueprint of the Star Cluster flagship. When Han Shao arrived at the work area of the senior engineers, he saw Luke immediately and greeted him. "Bane, why are you here?" Luke was a little surprised. "Why do you look so surprised?" Han Shao raised his brows. "I thought that you would spend the entire day learning the blueprints. If you want to take a tour, I'll get someone else to bring you around. The schedule is a little tight, and I might not have time to do anything else." Luke thought that Han Shao was still familiarizing himself with the future work environment. Han Shao shook his head. "You misunderstood. I'm here to start work today." Hearing this, Luke's eyes widened. "You learned the blueprints I gave you in one night." This efficiency was too high. He was in disbelief. These advanced spaceship components were extremely complicated, and he had spent 3 days to master them. In his opinion, Han Shao would need at least 1 or 2 days to master them. But this new colleague had mastered them in one night? "If there's nothing else, I'm going back to work." Han Shao saw Luke staring at him in a daze, so he reminded him. Luke came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, Okay, I won't disturb you anymore." Han Shao nodded and swiped his card to enter the workshop. It was only when Han Zhao's back was blocked by the door of the private workshop that Luke retracted his gaze. He was secretly speechless. This new colleague named Barn was even more amazing than he had imagined. A senior engineer could use the Cornerstone Summit Corporation's high-end private workshop. Although it was not as luxurious as Han Zhao's private workshop in the Black Star Corps headquarters, it was still very expensive. After closing the door, Han Shao was the only one left in the workshop. He sized up the workshop and nodded. "They gave me half a month's time, and I should be able to complete it in half a day. This seems a little too exaggerated. Let's slow down and drag it out to 3 days." Clack! Han Shao popped out a series of compressed orbs and formed all sorts of assistant robots. These were all mechanical products that he had personally created and modified. They were the exclusive equipment for peak-grade A+ mechanics and were extremely powerful. They were all private equipment that could not be bought on the market. Buzz! Mechanical force flowed out from his hands, and bright electric arcs connected to the machines. All the assistants started to move, and they used all sorts of equipment to process the materials. The huge experience pool gave him the confidence to ignore the soul embryo. While he was creating, he used the quantum matrix thought field to connect to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation's network and infiltrate the shipyard's database. Han Zhao's virtual technology could easily deal with the artificial intelligence of a normal shipyard. He easily hid his traces and bypassed the firewall and warning mechanism of the database. He allowed Philip to enter the database and copy the information. Let me take a look at what good stuff you have. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Countless information appeared in his mind, and all the orders of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation were displayed in his mind. After sifting through a large amount of redundant information, Han Xiao found some valuable information. The database would not store spaceship blueprints that were too valuable. Normally, there would be a warehouse specially built to store the blueprints. However, the 2D map of the shipyard did not indicate where the warehouse was, so Han Xiao did not know where it was. The blueprints stored in the database were all relatively ordinary spaceship blueprints, and Han Xiao did not reject any of them. He learned everything he could. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Furthermore, he had the talent, research theory, which gave him 1 intelligence point for every 3 skills. The more blueprints he had, the better. After searching for a while, Han Xiao finally found the information he wanted. It was the Cornerstone Summit Corporation's current large order. Eternal Light Fortress Battleship. Han Xiao was stunned. This flagship model was too famous. It was not the product of any star cluster civilization in the Shattered Star Ring, but one of the flagship models of the Radiant Federation. Although Eternal Light was not the trump card flagship of a universal civilization, it was one of the main battleships of the Radiant Federation fleet. Its strength was comparable to the flagship of a star cluster civilization, and it was even slightly stronger in terms of energy. Furthermore, the cost of manufacturing it was much lower. It was one of the flagship models of the Radiant Federation that had the lowest technical requirements. The blueprints of the battleships of the Radiant Federation were priceless on the black market, and an ordinary shipyard in the Shattered Star Ring was actually building a high-level flagship of a universal civilization. There seems to be something fishy behind this. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled, and he could not help but imagine. The Radiant Federation secretly hired a local shipyard in the Shattered Star Ring to build a battleship, because they want to station troops in this star field. Could it be that they're planning something big? If that's the case, the Cornerstone Summit Corporation is definitely not the only shipyard building the Radiant Federation battleship. That's not right. The Radiant Federation has their own secret military factory in the Shattered Star Ring, so there's no need for them to outsource their business. Furthermore, their goal in the Shattered Star Ring is to fight with the Red Empire. Could it be that the negotiation was just a pretense, and they want to take over the flickering world by force? That doesn't seem like it. Furthermore, there was no such storyline in the past. If the Radiant Federation really wanted to do that, they would have sent an army over a long time ago. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao had a more reliable guess. This matter should have nothing to do with the Radiant Federation. Someone might have obtained the blueprint of Eternal Light from some channel and then ordered the Cornerstone Summit Corporation to build it for them. If that was the case, this huge customer was either someone close to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation or someone they could not afford to offend. Otherwise, they would not have casually provided such a valuable blueprint to an outsider. This means that stealing the blueprint might be more difficult than I thought. I might even offend some powerful organizations. Han Zhao's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing. I'm now Bane, not Black Star. What does Bane stealing the blueprint have to do with me, Black Star? I'll just steal it. The blueprint of the Eternal Light Fortress was stored in the database. The framework referred to the structure of the ship and the exterior armor. Just like the shell of a carrier, it was equivalent to the skeleton and skin of the spaceship. Because the framework of such a large flagship would usually be built in outer space, the difficulty of the project was relatively high. Thus, the blueprint had to be stored in the database. The components of the spaceship were the core, such as the energy furnace, shield generator, hyperdrive engine, and so on. These components were the organs of the spaceship and were more important than the framework. You have received Battleship Blueprint Eternal Light. Incomplete. It's fine if it's incomplete. I'll try my best to steal the complete blueprint. Han Xiaoxin chuckled. For the next 10 days, Han Xiao stayed in the shipyard, and focused on building the spaceship components. The progress of his engineer mission increased steadily. He completed the first batch of targets in 3 days, which shocked the upper echelons of the corporation. After checking that there were no problems with the quality of the components, the upper echelons felt that they had recruited a treasure. They gave Han Xiao a few more blueprints for him to build, and he completed them in less than 2 days. The upper echelons of the corporation handed Han Xiao more blueprints, and they were all completed quickly. However, the upper echelons were in a dilemma. Han Xiao's efficiency had exceeded their expectations, and it had created trouble for them. If this carried on, this new Bane would no more blueprints, and it would not be in line with the original intention of splitting the spaceship blueprints to share the risk. Just as the upper echelons were in a dilemma, the boss of the corporation came to inspect. In the meeting room, Sardim flipped through the most recent report of the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. He glanced at the upper echelons of the corporation and said calmly, "I'm very disappointed. I'm a little disappointed in your efficiency. Why hasn't Eternal Light been created yet? Your Excellency Sardim, this is the flagship model of a universal civilization. With our technology reserves, we really can't build a high-level flagship quickly. Furthermore, the engineers in the corporation are only grade B+ at most. The production rate of those high-level components is too low." "Oh." Sardim narrowed his eyes. "I suspect that you're putting your focus on the sales of a shipyard and only want to complete the orders from the outside world. You don't want to work for me for free? You're mistaken. We don't have such thoughts." The upper echelons' expressions changed, and they hurriedly explained. Although they were the upper echelons of the corporation, Sardim was the boss. The Cornerstone Summit Corporation was under Sardim's name. Apart from accepting orders from the outside world, their other responsibility was to produce machines for him. All production resources had to be put into the manufacturing missions given by Sardim first. If Sardim was the king of planet Macipher, then the Cornerstone Summit Corporation was a state-owned enterprise. As long as Sardim wanted to, he could take back the authority of these upper echelons. Building the Eternal Light spaceship was the mission target that Sardim had given to the Cornerstone Summit Corporation. This blueprint belonged to him. "Don't forget whose subordinates you are," Sardim said. "I'll give you 4 more months. If you still can't complete Eternal Light," Sardim said calmly. The upper echelons hurriedly expressed their loyalty. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to build it." Sardim nodded. After looking at the report for a while, he suddenly asked, "Did you guys hire a new senior engineer recently?" "Yes, his name is Bane." Sardim pointed at the data on the report. "Even if he's grade B+, it's rare for him to be so efficient." There are 2 possibilities. He might have outstanding mechanic talent and the potential to become a calamity grade, or he's hiding his strength for some reason. The upper echelons were shocked. "Then what should we do?" "You don't have to worry about this." Sardim waved his hands and revealed an interested expression. "If he's the former, I'm interested in taking in a disciple with good potential. If he's the latter, it might be even better." The upper echelons exchanged looks. "Then, how should we arrange his work? Should we let him continue to participate in the construction of the Eternal Light? With his efficiency, he'll learn the blueprints of a large number of components." Sardim's lips curled up. "We only need to protect the blueprints of the core components. Don't worry about leaking the rest." "All right." The upper echelons did not dare refute. Sardim stood up and said, "Let's observe him for a while. I'll find a time to interact with him. I feel that he'll be an interesting fellow." The galaxy was vast, and the universe was boundless. The shattered star ring was at the edge of the explored universe. This star field was divided into more than 10 star clusters, and there were thousands of star systems. Among these star systems, the Eternal Night star system was the most special one. That was because this star system was nurturing the next star cluster civilization. Under the leadership of a great man, their civilization rose at an astonishing speed, and their race evolved in an unbelievable way. This race remembered the glory of their leader and changed their name. Now they called themselves the Star Pupil God race. Cisco was the leader of this civilization. Chapter 739. Eternal Night Star System, Planet Avidan. This planet was not the home planet of the star pupil Protoss, but a rather prosperous and important administrative planet. It was considered a first-tier colonial planet of the entire civilization, and its location was excellent. It was similar to a trading port and an important economic center. There were more than 12 billion permanent residents, and a huge number of foreigners were coming in every day. In a certain main city of planet Avitan, a floating vehicle shuttled between the skyscrapers. The star pupil Protoss, who were born with the ability to fly, followed the flight path of the transportation plan. The city was prosperous and peaceful. However, on this day, the peace of planet Avidan was broken. A black and red meteorite suddenly appeared outside the atmosphere, and the observation radar did not detect the trajectory of this meteorite at all. It was as though it had appeared out of thin air. The meteorite was falling at an extremely fast speed toward this main city, leaving very little time for the fleet station on planet Avidan to react. Countless fully automated planetary air defense arrays in the atmosphere quickly reacted, releasing a huge amount of dark energy and forming an outer orbit capture net that stretched for hundreds of miles, blocking the path of the meteorite. This kind of device was usually used to capture meteorites. The dark energy was almost tangible, and it had extremely strong elasticity, toughness, and ductility. It could use the tens of thousands of meters between the atmosphere and the ground as a buffer zone to cover the meteorite and eliminate its kinetic energy. However, the meteorite directly pierced through the outer orbit capture net like a knife cutting through silk. The planetary air defense arrays immediately carried out the second plan, shooting out countless tracking annihilation rays, preparing to intercept the meteorite in the sky and turn it into dust. However, the annihilation rays also failed. The meteorite seemed indestructible, and at the same time, it had some kind of anti-targeting ability, misleading the radar's judgment, and a large number of annihilation rays missed. Looking up from the ground, one could see a large number of annihilation rays melting the air, forming strange black spots. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the entire city where the meteorite was falling sounded an air raid alarm. Countless underground shelter entrances appeared on the surface of the city, and a large number of citizens hid in the underground shelters nearby. The streets quickly became deserted and empty. At this time, the city also activated a super-large protective shield, protecting the entire city, preparing to withstand the impact of the meteorite's fall. Tens of thousands of anti-aircraft dark energy cannons extended from the ground at the edge of the city. They opened fire and fired in unison toward the sky. It was as if black rain was pouring down from the ground. Outside the protective shield of the city, the Calamity Grade Star pupil Protoss, who was guarding this city, floated in midair. The black and red meteorite wrapped in dense flames. It rapidly enlarged in his blue eyes. The flames are too thick, and I can't see the appearance of this meteorite clearly. It's about to fall. I have to intercept it. This guardian was a Calamity Grade Psychic. He looked up at the meteorite that was falling and crazily released his psychic energy, superimposing it in front of the meteorite, hoping to stop it or make it deviate from its trajectory. However, he was shocked to find that once his psychokinesis came into contact with the meteorite, it would automatically dissipate. It could not form an obstruction at all. What the hell is this thing? In the next second, the meteorite suddenly accelerated and crashed through the city's protective shield, landing in the center of the city. Bang! A crater hundreds of meters long appeared on the ground. The tornado-like flames quickly dissipated, revealing the full appearance of the meteorite. It was a dark, human-shaped creature that seemed to be made of mist. Black smoke was popping up all over its body. It did not have any facial features. Its face was a swirl with a red spot of light at the center, as if that was its core. It was ES God's doppelganger. The satellites of planet Avidan were watching from high up in the sky, broadcasting the situation to the other cities on the planet. The actions of God's doppelganger were seen by billions of people. The garrison of planet Avidan had already sensed that something was wrong. The city guardian wanted to surround God's doppelganger with the supers, and the garrison fleet was also on the move. Spaceships that looked like shuttles quickly gathered, and more than half of the armed forces of planet Avidan were rushing to the city that was being attacked. However, the next moment, the actions of God's doppelganger caused a global panic. He opened his arms, and his energy level increased rapidly. The terrifying energy gathered like a supernova that was about to explode. The next moment, the intense light made all the people of planet Avidan close their eyes. Then, the radiation interference forcefully cut off the satellite's observation. However, even without the broadcast, the people of planet Avidan could feel it. The ground beneath their feet shook. A black and red energy ball with God's doppelganger as the center expanded rapidly, swallowing the entire city. Looking down from outer space, it looked like a black pimple had grown on the ground. The energy ball expanded to cover the entire city and seemed to have expanded to its limit. At this time, the energy ball suddenly separated into two layers of energy. The outer layer of energy decayed, its color becoming lighter, maintaining its original size, while the inner layer began to shrink rapidly. It looked like a large, light black hemisphere covering a small, dark red hemisphere. When the inner layer shrunk to half of its original size, the entire energy ball seemed to have lost its balance. Be it the inner layer or the outer layer, they all exploded, turning into radioactive, explosive energy. The shockwave swept through everything. Boom! The earth was wailing, and a huge rift valley was born from the city. Be it the city guards, the ground troops, or all the people in the underground sanctuary, they were all turned into dust in this destructive explosion. It was like the end of the world. After who knew how long, the aftermath of the explosion finally ended. This main city was wiped off the map and no longer existed. All the tall buildings were flattened, and only a huge crater and a huge rift valley were left. There was not a single person left alive in the entire city. God's doppelganger slowly flew up from the bottom of the crater, rushing out of the dust and exposing himself to the satellite. He paused in midair for a while before suddenly flying in a certain direction, which was the location of another city. The satellite broadcast recovered, and everyone on planet Avidan saw this scene. Everyone seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Endless panic gripped everyone's heart. Just a few minutes after the big explosion, every news channel of the star pupil Protoss immediately broadcast emergency news, broadcasting what had happened on planet Avidan to the entire civilization. At the same time, a fleet surrounded Cisco's spaceship and set off from the mother planet of the star pupil Protoss to reinforce planet Avidan. 3 Light Fox spaceships that maintained stealth mode were quietly floating not far away from the mother planet of the star pupil Protoss. Cisco is on the move. The first step is a success. Colin revealed a ferocious smile and clenched his fists in excitement. Cisco guarded the mother planet all year round, and the evolution cube was stored on the mother planet. Only by luring Cisco away would they have a chance to steal the evolution cube. Cisco's weakness was that he valued his race. As long as he placed a beyond grade God doppelganger on an important colonial planet and massacred the star pupil Protoss, Cisco would definitely leave the mother planet to reinforce them. This was an open scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Unless Cisco did not care about the lives of the people on that planet, he had no other choice. God had given his first doppelganger an extremely destructive Esper ability. God could create countless doppelgangers, but it was not without limitations. Although he had countless Esper abilities, his doppelgangers could not use all of them. Only when his main body gave his Esper abilities to his doppelganger would the doppelganger have these abilities. His main body could not use the Esper abilities he had given to his doppelganger, until the doppelganger was destroyed or removed. For example, if he gave 10 Esper abilities to his doppelganger, these 10 Esper abilities would be temporarily frozen and could not be used by his main body. Furthermore, he could not give them to his second doppelganger. Simply put, different individuals could not use the same Esper ability at the same time. Therefore, God did not stop collecting Esper abilities, even those that were repeated, just to create a super high-risk Esper ability list. When Cisco arrives on planet Avidan, it will be time for us to take action. Orozin chuckled. Colin nodded, looked at the second God doppelganger beside him, and said, "Your Excellency God, please wait for a while. We will take action when the time is right." The second God doppelganger nodded. This doppelganger was controlled by the main body, and the main body's consciousness was projected here. Colin and the others were communicating directly with God, who was far away in the central galaxy. This second doppelganger was given many Esper abilities, such as invisibility, regional teleportation, and shielding from detection. He had been using his Esper abilities to hide everyone's traces and used his psychic Esper ability to shield Cisco's psychic senses that covered the entire mother planet. This was why they were able to hide under Cisco's nose and stay near the mother planet without being discovered. The main force of stealing the evolution cube was this second God doppelganger. Only he could silently send Colin and the others to the storage location of the evolution cube. As for the third doppelganger, he had been lying in ambush on planet Avidan. His mission was to cooperate with the first doppelganger to stall Cisco. The abilities of the third doppelganger were all control-type Esper abilities. Although the doppelganger had the strength of a Beyond Grade A, it was still a doppelganger and was not Cisco's match. With just one doppelganger, he would not be able to hold on for long. Only with two doppelganger working together would they be able to stall Cisco long enough to prevent him from rushing back to the mother planet. As for God's confidence in stealing the evolution cube, it was because he had the only detailed information about the evolution cube. The evolution cube was not a small item. Without a manual, no one would know how to carry the evolution cube around. It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't. Writing speed is also a talent, and I've put 2 little points into this aspect. When it comes to the middle of the plot, there are more things to consider, and it's hard for me to increase my speed. I'm not like other authors who use an extra update mechanism, because I know that I can't keep up. Ever since I hit my head last October, my attention has been easily distracted, and my brain speed has slowed down. I also want to write more, and the faster I write, the better I get. Although I'm not a perfectionist, I don't allow myself to be reckless. I can only try my best to write more on the basis of not deviating from the plot. Let's see if I can save some and release them at the same time. Big brother, please pat me lightly. I'm already lying down. Chapter 740. When the reinforcements led by Cisco arrived on planet Avidan, the first God doppelganger had already destroyed more than 20 cities, causing heavy casualties. At this time, it was still causing trouble on the planet, giving the surface of planet Avidan a makeover. The hyperdrive streamer formed by the mother planet fleet dragged a long flame tail and stopped in the outer space of planet Avidan. Cisco flew out of his spaceship and floated at the front of the fleet. Looking down at the messy surface of the planet, his eyes were filled with endless anger. A normal star pupil Protoss had 4 arms and 3 eyes. Their skin was a smooth, dark blue, and their internal organs were very different from humans. They had 2 brains and 5 hearts, but they did not have any fatal spots. Under the influence of the evolution cube, their genes were excellent, and their bones, muscles, and blood vessels were all optimized. Although they were not a rare species in the universe, normal star pupil Protoss could still barely survive in the universe with their physical bodies. Cisco's appearance was very different from his race. He had awakened the atavistic genes, and his appearance was even more ferocious. He had 7 eyes on his face, and 6 of them were in the shape of a rhombus, surrounding the largest main eye in the middle. His pupil was like a black gem, flashing with endless stars as if it contained a galaxy. He had thick white hair, but it was not real hair, but countless hair-like sensory tentacles. A pair of straight white jade horns grew in front of his forehead, and his shoulders, chest, elbows, knees, back, and other parts were covered with natural white exoskeleton, like a simple bone armor. His dark blue skin was filled with dark purple strange patterns, and 3 pairs of bone limbs that looked like pipes grew out of his back. When they were opened, they looked like wing bones without wing membranes. Of course, as the leader of a civilization, Cisco did not have the habit of running around naked. He wore a custom-made, luxurious robe. The next moment, Cisco dove toward the surface. The first God doppelganger noticed and stopped in a wasteland, looking up at Cisco landing in front of him. God, I know you can hear me. You threw your doppelganger into my territory. Do you want to be my enemy? Cisco's tone was cold. He had traveled to other star fields before and knew the names of all the beyond grade as in the galaxy. He had long recognized that this was God's doppelganger. The red dot on God doppelganger's face lit up, and his main body's consciousness descended. He controlled the doppelganger to communicate telepathically and said with a faint smile, "You know why I'm here. Do you think that as long as you lure me out, you can definitely snatch my treasures?" Cisco said coldly, directly exposing God's intentions. He was the leader of a civilization, so his reaction was naturally not slow. A notorious beyond grade A bruiser in the central galaxy had suddenly appeared in the shattered star ring and wreaked havoc in his territory. It was definitely not for fun. The evolution cube in his hands was coveted by countless people. When Cisco saw the news on his mother planet, he immediately understood God's intentions. God could only be here for the evolution cube. However, even though he knew that this was a plan to lure him away, he had no other choice. If he did not come, no one would be able to stop the beyond grade God doppelganger from destroying planet Avidan. No matter how strong a person is, as long as they have something to worry about, they will always have a weakness. God doppelganger chuckled. Without something worth persevering for, what's the point of being strong? Cisco's 7 eyes narrowed at the same time, and his psychic energy surged into the sky. His voice became grand, solemn, and ancient, as though it filled the entire world. I indeed can't ignore your trap, but as long as I get rid of you quickly, there's no point in luring me away. Rumble. As soon as he said that, God doppelganger punched out with both fists, shooting out black and red energy waves that could destroy the world. The ground cracked, and the continent that was riddled with holes began to tremble violently, gradually tearing apart. Esper ability, dark energy destruction. Cisco ignored the energy waves that were approaching him like a tsunami. His 7 eyes shot out light at the same time, and an invisible psychic energy surged up, turning into countless needles that faced the incoming energy waves. Boom! The energy wave exploded like fireworks. Although it was dazzling, it was filled with great danger. The scattered energy wave dug out ravines on the ground. Wherever it passed, even the soil was annihilated into powder. Chi, chi, chi. The psychic energy pierced through the dark energy destruction and struck God doppelganger. His body suddenly exploded, scattering into black fog. Within the black fog, there was a red dot flickering. This was the core of God's doppelganger. The next moment, the black fog condensed back into the red dot, turning back into the doppelganger's appearance. But it was much thinner. Cisco's psychic energy was just enough to deal the greatest damage to the core of God's doppelganger. Even God's doppelganger would not be able to withstand the power of a beyond grade A, not to mention that he had already exhausted a lot of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the two of them exchanged blows, it was as though lightning had struck the earth. The battle between beyond grade was extremely intense, mainly because God's doppelganger did not care about the damage he would cause. It was as though he had pulled out the plug of a reservoir, causing energy to gush out like a flood. However, Cisco's ability would not cause too much of a shockwave. Although ES God's doppelganger looked powerful, he was actually not Cisco's opponent at all. After all, it was just a doppelganger and could not compare to a true beyond grade A with a full set of abilities and talents. Bang! After a few minutes of intense battle, ES God's first doppelganger was once again destroyed and barely managed to condense. It was almost unable to maintain the doppelganger's form, and the red dot core flickered as though it would extinguish at any moment. Just as Cisco was about to chase after ES God and destroy this doppelganger, he suddenly sensed the appearance of a new beyond grade A energy source, and he immediately looked up at the sky. Just a moment ago, ES God's third doppelganger, which had been lying in ambush outside planet Avidan for a long time, finally appeared and was wantonly attacking the support fleet outside the atmosphere. With just one doppelganger, I won't be able to stop you. ES God's main consciousness controlled ES God's first doppelganger to speak. However, if there are two of us, it won't be a problem to hold you back for a short period of time. After destroying your fleet, you won't be able to return to your mother planet quickly without a ride. You talk too much nonsense. Cisco's eyes narrowed, and he did not want to waste time talking. He directly used his psychic energy to press ES God's doppelganger onto the ground. In truth, Cisco was not too worried. He was not too worried about the evolution cube being stolen. He felt that ES God only knew that the evolution cube was a universal treasure, but most likely did not know what the evolution cube was. The evolution cube was very strange, and its size was huge. He had studied it for so long, but still could not carry it around. Unless he snatched it by force, it would not be possible for it to be stolen. He dared to leave his mother planet temporarily to provide support, because he was confident in this aspect. Of course, Cisco did not know ES God's true trump card. Star Pupil God Race's mother planet. While Cisco was being held back by the two doppelganger, ES God's second doppelganger finally moved. Using its regional teleportation ability, it brought Colin, Orozen, and the others to the location where the evolution cube was stored. Strong light. Extremely dazzling light. When everyone gradually adapted to the dazzling light around them, they sized up their surroundings. This was a strange space, filled with white, sticky liquid all around them, isolated by the light green shield released by ES God's second doppelganger. What is this place? Orozen was curious. The outer layer of the star Pupil God Race's mother planet, ES God's second doppelganger said calmly. The evolution cube was hidden by Cisco in the core layer of his mother planet and covered by Cisco's psychic barrier, blocking most detection and sensing abilities. If not for the evolutionary civilization recording the method to locate the evolution cube, ES God's doppelganger would not have been able to directly teleport to the destination. ES God's second doppelganger identified it and used its psychic esper ability to dissolve the barrier left by Cisco. The next moment, a gigantic metallic object appeared before everyone's eyes. They did not know how big this object was. They only knew that they could only see one side of the evolution cube and could not see the end of this side. This thing is too big. Colin's pupils constricted. Orozen's face was filled with curiosity. He reached out to touch the evolution cube, but did not touch its physical body. His hand reached into the cube without any hindrance, as if the evolution cube was just a projection without a physical body. The physical form of the evolution cube was very strange. It was between matter and energy and could not be touched through normal means. According to the data, as long as one walks into the evolution cube, they will evolve inside. This is the simplest way to use it. Orozen was tempted. Colin was also tempted, but he still remembered the mission and said, "Don't waste time. Quickly use the device to contain it." Everyone hurriedly took out a palm-sized silver cube and handed it to Colin. This was a supporting device for the evolution cube that ES God had built based on the information left behind by the evolutionary civilization. It was like a container for storing water, and its only use was to store the huge evolution cube so that it could be carried around. This was a special technology of the evolutionary civilization that had been lost for a long time. Only ES God, who had the data of this civilization, could create such a device. Without this device, it would have been almost impossible to steal the evolution cube. Colin raised the silver cube and activated it. Ding! The silver cube suddenly lit up with a gentle light. The huge evolution cube seemed to have sensed something and shook violently, producing some kind of particle resonance on its surface. The next moment, a black ray of light suddenly shot out from the surface of the evolution cube that was facing everyone, connecting to the silver cube like a pipe. Then, the evolution cube started to turn itself into a pure energy form and slowly stuffed itself into the silver cube along the pipe. It was as if it had finally found its home. The size of the evolution cube in the outside world gradually shrank, and the silver cube seemed to have a straw inserted into it, drinking the evolution cube leisurely. Seeing that the device was working correctly, Colin heaved a sigh of relief. The containment process will take a few minutes. We have plenty of time. As soon as he said that, dense white light clusters suddenly appeared at the end of their vision and rushed toward them. If not for the fact that they were all supers with outstanding eyesight, they would not have been able to notice these inconspicuous light clusters in the bright light. What are those light clusters? Colin's expression changed, and a huge sense of danger appeared in his heart. The God doppelganger suddenly spoke. Cisco indeed had a backup plan. These are all his psychic energy. Every light cluster is equivalent to a beyond-grade psychic attack. This is a method used to protect the evolution cube and will attack all intruders. You guys focus on containing the evolution cube. I'll block these psychic attacks. The power of each of these active psychic energy light balls was equivalent to the one-time psychic weapon that Han Shao had endured before. At this moment, more and more light balls appeared continuously, swarming toward this group of people as if there was no end to them. The God doppelganger opened an invisible mental shield and covered everyone. Bang! 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 The activated psychic light balls crashed into the shield one after another. It was like a rainstorm hitting the surface of a lake. Countless ripples appeared on the surface of the shield. The red dot core of the God doppelganger dimmed at a visible speed. Enduring so many beyond-grade psychic attacks, his energy was being consumed rapidly. Hurry up! Hurry up! Everyone was extremely anxious and stared at the silver cube, slowly absorbing the evolution cube like a straw drinking milk. They could not wait to squeeze the evolution cube into a ball and stuff it directly into the cube. They were very clear that once the God doppelganger could not hold on, they would be dead for sure. The waiting time felt like years. Thankfully, although the evolution cube's physical form was weird, it was still a whole. When the silver cube absorbed enough of the evolution cube's volume, it began to have a huge attractive force toward the rest of the cube, and the absorption speed skyrocketed. Finally, the last bit of the evolution cube turned into energy and was stuffed into the silver cube. The absorption was finally complete, and the silver cube turned black. This was the complete evolution cube. It's done. Colin hurriedly shouted. Go! The God doppelganger could no longer hold on and used the last of his energy to teleport Colin and the others back to the spaceship. He then hurriedly cut off the teleportation gate. The next moment, this doppelganger could no longer maintain the shield and was drowned by the endless psychic energy light clusters, directly exploding. However, his mission had been completed, which was to protect his subordinates until they stole the evolution cube. The doppelganger's energy was limited, and he could only rely on these subordinates to cross the desolate universe belt and bring the item back to the fallen Arkansas. God's main body did not dare leave the central galaxy casually. The three universal civilizations were watching him, and if his main body moved, he would not be able to hide this operation, which would become even more troublesome. Colin and the others were teleported back to the spaceship, and before they could say anything, their attention was attracted by the buzzing alarm of the spaceship. *T. Our spaceship has been discovered. The star pupil mother planet has sent a fleet to attack us. Everyone's expression changed. The three Light Fox spaceships were surrounded by a large number of star pupil battleships, and their shields were being baptized by the light cannons. When they stole the evolution cube, Cisco had already sensed it and hurriedly ordered the army stationed on the mother planet to search the surrounding space. As the ES-God doppelganger was destroyed, the three spaceships lost their concealment shield and were finally discovered by the star pupil god race. They were immediately surrounded and attacked. Run! Colin did not have the time to observe the evolution cube and hurriedly piloted the spaceship to avoid the attack. The three spaceships fled in different directions, and very soon, one of them was destroyed in midair. The remaining two spaceships relied on their powerful engines to escape at the last moment. The hull of the spaceship was severely damaged, and the exterior armor was damaged everywhere. Colin panted heavily, and only when he entered hyperdrive mode did his tense body relax. We escaped. With our speed, the enemy won't be able to catch up, Colin said in a low voice. Activate the spaceship's self-check and calculate the damage, Colin said with a deep voice. The spaceship's artificial intelligence replied intermittently. Buzz self-check. Hull damage 63%. Shield generator close to destruction. Energy furnace moderately damaged. Power output reduced by 42%. Buzz. Cluster thrusters 38% damaged. Fourth and sixth engines close to destruction. Automatic repair equipment malfunctioning. Immediate repair of the spaceship is recommended. With the current state of the spaceship, it will not be able to support long hyperdrive. Orozen clenched his teeth. Stealing something from a beyond grade, how exciting. No matter what, the item is already in our hands. Colin glanced at the palm-sized evolution cube and said, the spaceship is unable to cross star fields in its current state. We just have to find a safe place to repair the spaceship, and we can return to complete our mission. I know a planet where spaceships can be repaired. It's not controlled by any civilization and is very safe. Furthermore, it's at the edge of the shattered star ring. As long as the spaceship is repaired there, we can leave this star field. I escaped from the shattered star ring from there 60 years ago, Orozen said. Hearing the name of that planet, Colin checked the star map and nodded. Okay, that place is very far from the star pupil god race. We can use our speed to shake off the pursuers for a long time and buy enough time for us to repair the spaceship. They would only dare to cross star fields after repairing the spaceship. Otherwise, if the spaceship malfunctioned in the desolate universe belt between star fields, they would be in dire straits. This Light Fox spaceship immediately changed direction, turning into a stream of light and disappearing on the other side of the universe. Planet Avitan. The last ES-God doppelganger was destroyed and turned into a cloud of black mist. Cisco retracted his psychic energy, brushed the dust off his clothes, and looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. He really stole the evolution cube. I didn't expect ES-God to have detailed information about the evolution cube. I miscalculated. The three ES-God doppelgangers were equivalent to 3 beyond grade as working together, and he was only one person, so it was understandable that ES-God had succeeded. This was also why ES-God was so troublesome. However, Cisco was very calm and did not panic. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, although you succeeded, don't think that you can take the evolution cube away from me so easily. Although Cisco did not have the manual for the evolution cube, he had the evolution cube for so long and had some results. Just like how Austin had control over the Palace of Hidden Spells, Cisco had guarded the evolution cube for so many years and had almost turned it into his own magic treasure. He had formed a mental connection with the evolution cube, so even if the evolution cube was not by his side, he could use it to increase his psychic energy. At the same time, he had left a mark on the evolution cube, so even if it was far away, he could sense its location. In his senses, the coordinates of the evolution cube were moving rapidly, marking the coordinates of Colin and the others. Want to run after stealing? Not so easy. Cisco tapped his forehead and sent a telepathic message to his subordinates. Prepare the fastest spaceship for me. I'll chase after those thieves. Genius remembered the address of this station in 1 second. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.